Good evening. Somebody, yeah. Let's try again. Somebody's device is, I think it's guest at the table.
I'm off.
No, you're not. Let's try again. Okay.
At least we know the feed works.
Well, good evening, welcome everyone. Lovely to see such a packed crowd in the town hall in the city of Colchester. I'll keep talking until we can establish what the issue is. Just had a margarita pizza and a cappuccino. Oh, lovely. Great. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's scintillating event in the town hall, the Scrutiny panel. My name is Darius Laws. I am a councillor for Rural North Ward. There are no practice evacuations planned this evening. If you do hear an alarm ring, please, in an orderly fashion, go down the main staircase or the side staircase, and you can rendezvous in the car park out the back. This meeting is being broadcast live, and it will be available on demand, so we can all go and watch ourselves in the future, which is great. We will have a break around 7:30, depending on where we are with an agenda item. If you'll allow me, we might go 5 or 10 minutes extra to finish off an item if that's appropriate, but we'll see. We will need a break though. As I've said, I'm Darius Laws. I'm chairman here this evening, and I will now go around the room and allow every other member to introduce themselves, starting in the corner there with Councillor Arnold.
Councillor Arnold for Stanway Ward.
Councillor Sam McCarthy representing Shrub End Ward.
Councillor Faith Smalls representing Old Heath, The Hive and Rowhedge.
Sam McLean, Newtown and Christchurch.
William Sunnox, Rural North Ward.
Dennis Willits, Lexton and Braeswick Ward.
Michelle Tarban, Head of Health Partnerships and Wellbeing and Support for the Chair.
Owen Howell, Democratic Services Officer.
David King, Leader of the Council.
Michelle Burrows, Wivenhoe Ward.
Thanks everyone. To note that we have Councillor William Sunnox here in substitution for Councillor Tom Rowe. Thank you for your time this evening, Councillor Sunnox. Okie dokie, urgent items. I'm afraid that there is an urgent item. I don't wish to make a habit of this, especially when we have a busy evening, but the reality is there is an urgent item. And you'll have seen, no doubt, colleagues, the discourse in the local press around one of our key third sector partners, and a discourse around some of the financial arrangements of that organisation. And obviously, I'm being very careful with my language because one would not want to cast any negative aspersion whatsoever. But it's fair to say that a set of questions come to mind around some of these financial arrangements. I'm aware that this organisation is alive to that, and a number of questions have come informally to the trustees of said organisation, and responses have come back, and that's generated a need for subsequent questions. So it feels to me like this is a very good space to be in that we've got some questions that need answering, we're getting the answers, we need some more answers. It's not just this organisation though, because as a key third sector organisation in the region, there are other organisations involved as well. So what I am minded to suggest, panel, is that we do have an urgent need for a report to come here, and we need that to happen for the next meeting. And if at all possible, the portfolio holder for communities might make themselves available for that meeting, so that we can go through what is known and make sure that this organisation is satisfied with the financial arrangements, because at the end of the day, there's public money involved here. I know that the leader and the chief executive are alive to all of this. I imagine that in coming days, there will be the opportunity for councillors, all councillors, to have some further insight into what has been happening and what we know. And that's probably enough at this stage. The final point I might make, though, is that depending on that report and the conversations that happen in the presentation of that report, it might be that further work is required. So I don't want to suggest that we get a report and that's it. It might be that there is work, but if you are minded, panel, that's what I'd like to propose formally. Councillor Willits.
Chairman, can I ask what you had in mind in terms of a timescale for this report? Clearly, it's a matter of intense speculation. One only has to look at the Gazette this evening.
Yeah.
And there are two issues which need to be balanced. I have little doubt that the organisation in question has complied with all its legal requirements. They seem quite bold on that statement. But there are two issues on any matter such as this. There is the legal issue, and there is also the matter of public perception. And I think it's the latter issue where there are considerable worries about what is happening. It's an organisation which is closely linked, is doing much valuable work on behalf of the council, but there is this undercurrent propped up again by the Gazette this evening, and we know that the council members, ex-members of the council and current members of the council have been very closely involved with this organisation, which just adds to the problem. So I would counsel, though it's your decision, Chairman, that we should move swiftly to examining this, even if it means having a special meeting to look at the matter, and that there should be a degree of urgency so that we can all be reassured that there is nothing wrong, hopefully, that'll be the outcome, that there's nothing wrong with the relationships.
I'm content that we get a report and we get airtime next scrutiny meeting. I'm content with that. That is 4 weeks away. Diaries are pressed. That's more than a reasonable time for a series of questions to be answered. And if further questions need to be put, that for me feels fair. And what I would say, which might allay some of your concerns, Councillor Willits, is that it is my view always that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And so if there is any doubt around financial arrangements from a public perception point of view, making organisations making as much information available to be out there is always the best way to go. And I say that with a positive intent of just seeking to get to the bottom of some of the legitimate concerns that are out there. I think that's me. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Declarations of interest. Item number 4. Do we see any declarations of interest? I see none. Okay, minutes of the previous meeting. I thought they were excellent, by the way. I'm just going to put that on record because as often is the case in here, these are not easy meetings. They're usually 4 hours long, and they are complex subjects, and I enjoyed reading them. I thought they were comprehensive and accurate. The action points to those minutes, if I recall, were that we recommended that Cabinet needed sight of 3 areas of financial detail in order to assist in the preparation towards the budget. The statement of reserves, the Treasury Management Strategy Statement, and then the cumulative figures for the deficit from 24 to 29. I haven't personally seen sight of those, and I don't know if other members have yet, or if the leader wishes to jump in on this one. But there were firm recommendations. Councillor Willits.
I would just add that I put in writing the need of the panel to see one of those items. I think I made that request in writing immediately after the last scrutiny panel meeting, and I have yet to see a satisfactory answer. In fact, I have yet to see an answer, Chairman, and I certainly support your view. Those were 3 very pertinent questions, which were fundamental to our scrutiny of the budget, which were not answered at the last meeting. And I'm surprised that the scrutiny panel, having let it be known it wanted to see this information, that it did not come back by return of post.
Okay. Councillor Sunix.
Yes, the information has come out, but not to the scrutiny panel. It's come out to the Cabinet, or it's come out to the full council. 2 of them have come out, and the MTFF one has come out, and the reserves one has come out. And the TMS, the treasury management stuff, we've seen some good stuff from there. I'd love to have more, but basically, I only saw it an hour ago. So it's there somewhere.
Okay, that sounds like a satisfactory position broadly. Councillor Willetts?
Well, no, Chairman. I mean, we asked for it about a month ago, and it comes out an hour before this meeting. I have yet to see it. Councillor Sonic's email works faster than mine. But I mean, when the scrutiny panel asks us information, we have a statutory right to see it, and it must be delivered to us. This is the way the system works. If it's delivered to someone else, the system's not working. If it's not delivered to the panel members, the system's not working. And I'm sorry if I get a bit worked up about it, Chairman, but we have a scrutiny system, and it only works if we're given the information we need to scrutinise what is happening and give our opinion as to whether what is proposed is in good order.
Okay. I hear that, and yes, I probably as chairman should have potentially been given sight of that so that I could share it with colleagues here who, though the information may be available out there, it wasn't directed into our inboxes as per the request. I see the leader.
I just want to apologise if any member of this committee feels any shortfall in service from our officers. I mean, we do have a presentation opportunity to talk to that. I would just say two things, both of which I think are understood. The first is that the very significant pressure on our financial officers, our Section 151 staff, has been recognised in this place. Oral, and I accept that we wanted more than this, oral and in-depth explanations to be given throughout the course of the preparation of budgetary papers. And it's been to the wire to ensure that the requests from this committee were met in the fullest possible way, to which William, you've just referred. So I think that officers of the council are doing a valiant job. There's an opportunity to test and challenge that further.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's move on to General Have Your Say. Sorry. Clerk has pointed out I haven't formally asked for us to approve those minutes. Is everyone content? Thank you. My mistake. Okay, General Have Your Say. We have a number of speakers this evening, which is great. We always welcome members of the public and those that care about this place to come here. So I will call up, first of all, Miss Carla Hales, who is speaking about an item further on the agenda, and it may well be that the questions you put get covered at that point, but I understand you have another appointment this evening. If you wouldn't mind just sitting next to Sally there. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes from when you press the button to have your say. So welcome, have your say.
Good evening. My name is Carla Hales. I'm the District Lead Tutor for the Essex Music Service here in Colchester. I'm also the Chairman of the Essex Concert Band. In item 15 this evening, you plan to discuss the use of Colchester City assets, Colchester Events Policy. In section 4.5, you say that while registered charities and non-profit making groups may be offered a charitable hire rate, costs will still be passed on to the event organiser. You also state that the bandstand programme is currently sponsored. These statements bring up a number of questions. Who decides what constitutes a community group? Is there a sliding scale of charges, or is each event judged on its own merits? And indeed, what about the groups who are not a not-for-profit, but as far as performances in the park on the bandstand would perform for free? Essex Concert Band does this on a number of occasions. We do occasionally charge for commercial concerts, but along with many other local groups, would proudly play for the people of Colchester free of charge. Is the cafe in the park going to continue its sponsorship? And if not, is there an alternative sponsor? In your own events policy dated January 2020, you state that a well-managed programme of events can provide many benefits to the city, promoting Colchester as a vibrant place for business, culture and community for both residents and visitors. Many groups that I know and work with are extremely keen to support these ideals. Listed in the aims and objectives of the events policy, you say that the council aims to use local products, services and people wherever possible to encourage active citizenship and promote a positive image of Colchester regionally, nationally, and even internationally. I could therefore suggest that charging the very people and groups who you're encouraging to engage in active citizenship would not be in keeping with this aim, and in fact could be seen as rather an insult to those of us who put in many unpaid hours to bring music, entertainment, and joy to others. Another example of the slightly unclear policy concerning community groups would be the Essex Music Service. We host a number of ensembles, including the Essex Jazz Ensemble, the Essex Rock Band, Essex Youth Orchestra, and in fact the Essex String Group, who played when the King and Queen visited Colchester last year. Would any of these groups be charged to perform? The music service is not a charity or a community group. Please consider all of this when making your decisions this evening about charges and whether the relatively small sums that you would collect are really worth creating such division, bad feeling, and a sense of not being appreciated by those who do so much to make Colchester a happy and vibrant place. If you want to see young people at their best, watch them make music together. If you want to see education at its best, watch young people make music together. If you want to see society at its best, watch people making music together. Music is at the heart of what is best. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. I completely agree with you. I will make sure that we cover what you've brought here under that item this evening. And I would hope that within the discussions, there is some latitude around some of the language so that you don't feel that your young people are not welcome and are unappreciated. And they very, very much are, in my view, and we need to do all we can to support, encourage, nurture, develop, empower them. It's the right thing to do. So we'll note what you said and we'll come on to it later. Thank you. I call Mr. Johnstone. Mr. Johnstone. You have 3 minutes. The bell rings after 2, just to let you know. You've got a final minute. I always find that bell a bit annoying because you kind of think, is that the end? But keep going.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I addressed, along with Carla and another chairman of another band, we last addressed the full council on the 19th of July last year. And it's purely about playing on the bandstand. I noticed the huge agenda and the huge decisions you have to consider tonight, and I realise that playing music on the bandstand is a small part of that. Anyway, the portfolio holder at this meeting in July last year said he would consider the matter further and look at the commercial fees and the arrangement for support through grants. Well, I saw tonight's report by the strategic director, which covers the 13 Colchester assets, one of which is the bandstand. It's only that one that I'm talking about. And it contains a lot of detail. It's a very good report, very fair report, and a report that you should consider. But it omits the point that we were making, that the bandstand needs bands playing on it. It says, oh, there might be, it was referred to a moment ago, there might be 6. Yeah. Southend City Council had how many concerts last year on the bandstand? It was 56. Every single weekend from the 9th of April to the 1st of October and bank holidays. 56. And you're proposing 6. That is just not good enough for Colchester City Council. I also read the events policy, and I noticed that it was updated over 4 years ago, in January 2020. We've had a pandemic since then. A lot of things changed then, and the policy document itself does have a recommendation that it's updated every 3 to 5 years. It needs updating pretty soon. And I think, yeah, I would like you to consider how much work is required to put on a series of concerts on the bandstand at Castle Park. and how much work is required to stage events at the other 12 council-owned assets. And then think of the benefits that accrue both to Colchester City Council, to businesses in the high street and beyond, and the benefit to the people who can't afford to pay for entertainment. And there are a great deal, many of them. When I've played on the bandstand, I get a regular following from Balkan Gardens. It's amazing. We have a trumpet player that lives there and he brings all his mates down. So thank you very much. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard your passion for the bandstand. We all know as individuals, don't we, living here, just how amazing the setting of Castle Park is, and the sound of music coming from a Victorian bandstand free to air at the weekend when people are having leisure time in particular is something that the Victorians wanted to enable, and I think we should be trying to enable it better than we are by the sounds of it. So we will cover what you've said. In particular, I've noted the number 6, and we'll cover that during that item on the agenda. Thank you for your time. Okay. I will next call, we have 4 more speakers tonight, so member of the public will be Karina Cooper. Okay, in which case, Rachel, do come and join us, you know the protocol.
Okay. Good evening. I have 3 questions tonight. Firstly, has this panel scrutinised the decision this council took in declaring a climate emergency? If not, it needs to examine the basis upon which that decision was made. Declaring an emergency is a serious business, especially considering the millions of taxpayer money being spent on implementing measures, many of which are highly detrimental to society. 9 months of emails back and forth with council officers requesting evidence of a human-caused climate emergency. No one has been even able to precisely define the alleged emergency, let alone provide the evidence for it. Officers direct us to the IPCC, an organisation that uses cherry-picked start dates for their charts in inaccurate computer-generated climate models, which have been shown to be up to 3 times higher than actual temperatures. Incidentally, the IPCC have themselves never declared a climate emergency. It was left to councillors to research if there was a genuine man-made emergency. How many had either the time or inclination to do this properly? No one denies the climate is changing, it has done for millennia, but evidence must be provided that the warming is occurring because of CO2 rather than solar cycles, etc., and specifically the minuscule amount of CO2 that human activity produces. Since virtually no one was listening when I spoke about CO2 at full council, I will reiterate. Working independently, Dr. William Happer and Dr. John Christie clearly demonstrates that even if CO2 levels double to 800 parts per million, the resultant warming would only be around 1%. Produce the scientific evidence that disproves Dr. Happer and Dr. Christie and categorically shows the tiny levels of CO2 that human activity produces can produce significant warming. The people have had enough of baseless propaganda, from weapons of mass destruction to stay inside or you'll kill Granny. Net zero is a crusade that is being waged against the people, and our farming industry will be the first casualty if we're not careful. The net zero devotees want us to believe that we're all going to die because of fossil fuel and flatulent farm animals. This is very questionable. Unquestionable, however, is that we won't survive without the farmers and the food they produce. This brings me on to my second question. Do any of the council's plans or documents include food security? If not, this too must be urgently scrutinised. It would, after all, be prudent to make such provisions for the people who pay for this council's very existence. Finally, I've been told that councils have a legal obligation to provide land for people to grow food. If that is true, is this being done sufficiently? Or are bicycle lanes taking precedence these days? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And just before I respond, I just wondered if Karina was going to be speaking on a similar subject and if you'd like me to respond to both of you together or independently. Right, okay, in which case I will respond to you and then you can respond back. On your last point, the good news is that there are some allotmenteers meeting in the next room talking about their allotments and how to make the most of those plots. And I, as a 50% allotment owner, do grow my own food that way as well. So good thing to raise. Your fundamental question around have we scrutinised the climate emergency? Well, we haven't, have we, in this forum, in here? I'm going to make you an offer. If I'm re-elected in May, we will scrutinise it in this forum, because I've seen and heard enough of your presentations to intrigue me enough to want to scrutinise it. And I say that as someone who particularly enjoys beef. I say that as someone who will fight those pylons across East Anglia until I'm dead. And I say that as someone who is aware that Britain was attached to mainland Europe 25,000 years ago. And finally, and this is a spoiler, I say that as someone who didn't vote for a climate emergency in the chamber, because I wasn't elected when that vote was called. And so the information that you are continually bringing here is such, rather like what we talked about earlier this evening. There are legitimate questions. And the best form of disinfectant is sunshine. So I welcome the conversation. And if I'm elected after May, if the panel are minded, I'm very happy to bring it here as a formal item and have a substantial look at it for you, if that's okay.
That's a brilliant offer. I hope your colleagues are as open as well. And I know Councillor King is also keen to have a debate, and I realise you've got a lot on your plate with the budget, etc. But if we can have a date, we can bring those climate scientists in, because it's all very well us turning up, but why should you believe us? You need to ask the climate scientists. So if you can provide us with a date, we will bring them and you'll be able to ask them for yourselves, because we have it in writing from your climate officers that no dissenting information was looked at. And that simply isn't acceptable. This council must consider all the available information. Thank you very much.
And I know that you previously asked for a sort of a public forum where this could happen. I know that Leader was very open-minded to that, and it's a shame that the Moot Hall is not in a state to accommodate that. And you'll appreciate that the Charter Hall is very busy making money for this borough. But if in this forum it's useful, I'm happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up, now that you're free, Karina, do join us. I should have asked Rachel for some allotment advice, shouldn't I? And some gardening advice. Okay, Karina, you know the drill. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. We have not received a proper answer to our question of who advised the Deputy Mayor she had the authority to shut down a member of the public from speaking, nor have you provided us with the evidence of the legal opinion we've asked for regarding subjecting members of the public to searches. Why are council and council officers specifically unable or unwilling to produce answers to the questions we have? How can that be serving the public? This willful prevarication is becoming absurd. Nearly a year since requesting evidence for man-made climate change, you produce none. We asked to the law upon which you are relying to breach the peace in searching us. You provide nothing. We are asking on what basis you shut down the public inalienable right of free speech. Answer us. Councillor Dundas said in the full council meeting on the 18th of October last year, Colchester City Council is a construct created in 1974, which may or may not survive for however long. On the evidential basis that it no longer serves its master, indeed does everything in its power to avoid us, then perhaps it is time for us to be rid of it. Finally, an important matter I'd like to draw to your attention is that this council is complicit in granting planning permission for fraudulent 5G applications. Companies are giving councils declarations that they are complying with ICNIRP safety recommendations using names of companies that do not exist. 3 UK Limited was dissolved on the 27th of October 2017. The operator H3G was dissolved on the 9th of December 2014. We have printed out an example of a mast that was given permission at Highwoods under the guise of a dissolved company. Insurance company won't insure harm caused by EMFs, and the telecommunications industry are warning investors they will need to provision for compensation, all the while telling everyone it's safe. In addition, there is a recent study by oncologist Lennart Hardell which conclusively demonstrates 5G to be harmful. With this in mind, how will the public get compensation for safety declarations made by dissolved companies and dissolved operators? Is the council putting itself at risk of claims against the council by granting these permissions? This is happening up and down the country, not just in Colchester. How can that be? That council officers are acting negligently in not performing their due diligence in respect of these fraudulent applications and putting both the public and the public purse at risk. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. On your last words about council offers potentially being negligent, I'm not sure that was a fair suggestion, given that I'm unaware that a planning officer has to do due diligence around the structures of the applicants and the financing and I don't think they have to do that. Though what you're saying might be relevant, it's not something I think they have to do. So I don't think they're negligent. So I'm just going to state that. With regards to your, and you've mentioned this before, the searching and the shutdown of a member of the public, I was under the impression you had been given an answer for that.
We haven't received a proper answer for that. We've had things in writing, but we want the evidence, please, not just someone's opinion. We want the lawful, evidence, the legislation, and not just someone's word, because as I've expressed before, trust is an issue. And it's not just me, it's the ubiquitous nature in which we're ignored and given answers that don't have any substance to it. So a substantive answer is really what we're after, that covers the legality and the lawfulness. Thank you.
Okay. I will have a conversation with the leader, who will no doubt have a conversation with the monitoring officer and potentially the civic office to look at your concerns around the content of the correspondence you've had so far, to see if something more substantial can come forward. Is that fair, leader? Okay, we will have that chat. All right.
If you could provide some explanation why it's not negligent, why they're approving from companies that don't exist. It looks like a massive fraud, and if you could provide evidence that's not the case, then that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
I'm not going to do that personally. I was just giving you my personal instinctive view, but I'll ask the leader if he has a view.
Karina, welcome. I mean, you've had an undertaking which I'm happy to support. Should go back and look at the points specifically. But I do start and end with an absolute trust that our officers work within the law to the best of their understanding of it. That, I think, is always a fair question. Do they understand all of the tests that might be appropriate? That we'll take away. And we do that trust, and we have that trust because of past experience and because we are bound by the law, whether or not everybody here agrees with how that's framed, which I think is partly driving the question. And if I could just go to the heart of the point about trust, the fact that you can come here and have such a, I hope, quality conversation, at least I feel it is, and offer from the chair before, I hope is in itself at least a partial answer.
I don't think I've really got a response to that, other than still a year, no evidence. If that's how you feel, and the views, on their understanding, I understood that ignorance of the law was no excuse. So their views is really irrelevant on whether they're being negligent or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. Okay, I will now call Cheryl, and I do apologise, Cheryl, I can't see your surname. Taylor. There you go. Hi, Cheryl, you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, councillors and officers. I'm here today to follow up on some issues I thought would have been addressed by now, seeing as I have been assured a few times it would be. On the 6th of June 2023, I came to support friends at Have Your Say, only to be met by a surprise search by a security guard using an electronic device. He proceeded to push my ankles apart, saying, "Open your legs." Then the wand was run up and down my inner thighs, touching in places. On top of this, most of the contents of my bag were emptied, looked at, including a very private letter. This whole incident is something I would have rather forgotten about. However, even after putting in a complaint, others asking on my behalf, nothing has been followed up despite being told it would be. To say I'm disappointed is an understatement, and it has taken me a while to pluck up enough courage to come here to talk about it. In a day of protecting women's rights, it is astonishing this can be set to one side in what seems to be, we are not going to deal with pile. The complaint was made on the 16th of June 2023 via the council's website. I had confirmation it was received. Also, as I understand, there is a camera in the foyer. How long do you keep this footage for? And is that why there is a delay? Is it deleted after a period of time? Can someone please answer me this? Whose job is it to follow up complaint cases in the council? And why after 8 months have I not had any response? I leave this, hopefully, for a final time with you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm very sorry you've had to come here and explain what you have had to explain. I was under the impression that your complaint had been responded to because I was told internally that we now do have, as a consequence of feedback, female members of staff on security to mitigate against any concerns, as you insinuate, with regards to the way in which you were searched. So I'm really sorry if you haven't had something in writing that's more substantial. I'm sure the leader would offer his apologies as well for the way in which you were made to feel and that you still do feel. If we can do anything, leader, by way of recognising formally that the protocol around searching will be done in a most respectful fashion, and the questions around the data, how long data is kept, I'm sure we know the answers to that. I don't know them, but I'm sure that they are known because it's people's personal data. Those files will be somewhere and they will be kept for a certain time. So, leader, can I leave that on your heavy inbox? Sorry.
Just say absolutely, endorse the words. No, this is supposed to be a place, and in my view, it is, from the great majority of people, a welcoming place. I'm sorry that you've had an experience that didn't fit that. I'll take away the points that are being made, and we'll be back in touch. And thank you. I do know that our officers did look at this, that courtesy of welcome, getting that balance between, it is appropriate in today's age, unfortunately, between concerns around security and how best to respond to it. I thought that we got that balance right. I know it was looked at, but if you hadn't had a response, then we come back to you, make sure if we haven't, that we do, and if we have, that we draw your attention to it, and that and we'll pick up those points of detail as well.
It just seems a bit pointless to have a complaints procedure where you go onto the website and do it and nothing comes back. So it's a bit.
Can I just check, Joe, that you provided your personal information, an email, an address? Okay, so we have that somewhere.
As long as we have it tonight, then we can follow it up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. We have a visiting councillor next up. We have Councillor Mark Gocher. Good evening, Councillor Gocher. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Last night, a letter was sent to councillors from the Middlewick residents group. I've forwarded it today because I think there's been some concerns amongst the group that some of their emails might have been going in as spam. So I've forwarded it around. But the bit that jumped out what reads, in the light of the current Scrutiny Committee investigation into the circumstances behind the apparent withholding of the crucial and time-sensitive Natural England letter of the 28th of June 2022 from councillors prior to the pivotal vote on the local plan, we formally ask that this email and the entire attached letter be passed to the Scrutiny Committee alongside the previous emails of the 21st of December and the 5th of January 2024. My first question is just to check that everyone has received those prior emails, and if not, I can forward them to you. One of them is an extremely detailed report from a set of environmental and ecology organisations, like Colchester Natural History Society is one. I'm a bit concerned that the Middlewick group or the organisations actually producing that document have not yet had a reply from planning. But my main question tonight is regarding the issue of the Natural England report that I did not see before the vote on the local plan. What redress do I have as a member of the council who was in that local plan vote with regard to legal redress for the fact that I did not see the Natural England letter before I went into the vote, which had the potential to affect the way I voted? So that's my first question. My second question is where are we with the scrutinising of why that Natural England letter was not seen by members of the council before the vote on the local plan? Thank you.
I'm not going to give you an answer. I don't have an answer for you tonight. I'm going to make sure that I at least have a conversation with our senior planning officers around the protocol. It's way above me. I don't even sit on planning, Councillor Gocher. I'm sorry. I just don't want to promise you something I can't deliver. But your point's heard. It's been noted. I will check in with planning officers and encourage information to be disseminated amongst all members if it can be.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, a written answer is perfectly acceptable. I'm not expecting a verbal response tonight. I suppose my question for the panel, specifically to this panel, is where are we with the panel scrutinising of that letter not being seen, and is the panel scrutinising it? Thank you.
No, in truth, Councillor Gocher, it's not on the work programme, and I think at this stage we just need to have a conversation with our senior planning officers, and for that conversation to be shared internally amongst councillors at this stage. But I wouldn't rule anything out. Right, after all of this wonderful warm-up, we now have...
Chairman, can I just make a comment? Sort of an impartial comment sitting here, what's going on. We've spent the first almost hour of our proceedings with people turning up and saying they are not getting answers when they write to the council or communicate to council. I led that off with the three issues which we considered vitally important. What's in the budget? They were not answered. We then had a litany of members of the public who came along and said, we are expecting answers and we have not heard answers. And that seems to be the common theme of the meeting so far. Now, I don't know whether it's our responsibility as a scrutiny panel or whether it's a matter for the chief executive, but I believe we should be making a recommendation, having heard the views that we had this evening, that the communication plan for this council needs looking at, sprucing up. I'm further concerned, and I don't want to jump the agenda, but we'll be looking at an item later on which is suggesting that there will be less communication with members of the public, reduction in telephone access, and so on. And it just causes me very great concern that people who are writing to us contacting us with genuine complaints who need an answer are not getting them, ourselves included as a panel.
Okay, Councillor Willis, you're making a formal recommendation to the leadership, to Cabinet, to look at this.
Recommendation to Cabinet. Recommendation to Cabinet because I mean there are clearly fundamental worries about what we've heard tonight in terms of communication with residents of the city.
I agree with you. I'm going to temper part of it I'm going to help the leader out here, and I don't always help the leader out because he's in a different political party to me. But it would appear that some correspondence did go to members of the public who've been here this evening, but they were not satisfied with the content of which. But your point still stands, Councillor Willits. The thrust of I haven't heard things has come up more than once. So yeah, let's if panel are minded, ask Cabinet to have a look at corporate communications from members of the public. It needn't be a big ticket item, but it's an important one. Yes.
Yeah, very quickly, I am in the same party as the leader, but if we didn't respond to residents, we would very quickly lose our seats. So I think it's quite important, so I support it.
Okay, then there's a formal recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Willits. That's really constructive.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's probably not really an item for a recommendation to be done on the have your say item. So if members are happy for it to be a recommendation on item 3, urgent items.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Okay. Are we all happy? Then we will move on.
Can I make just one point, Chair? Whilst welcoming all help you can give and absolutely accepting the importance of us being on our game collectively as a council, not only are you right in the point that you made, that this is a contest, and it's a fair one, around the quality of an answer, one or two of which I've seen. Some of this is also breaking news to a degree. Have we seen a very lengthy, and I have, a very lengthy email with a whole set of attachments and enclosures, or earlier messages included, which have to be digested. So we need a little bit of understanding of what counts as due process. It's entirely right that the public can come and challenge the administration of the day, councillors collectively, because we are representative of the public and they are here, we're here to serve them best we can. But we do need to keep that in mind, a bit of balance. And lastly, is just remember that our customer contact service has been very highly rated by the public. So in the round, a lot is done well. And as members, we will know the quality of the service that we get case by case is often first class. But, you know, the point about any learning we can take, obviously that's fair, but let's just keep some proportion, I think, as our officers listen to this, about the many ways in which they serve us, which may not be apparent when we listen to those who are understandably got a concern. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, if we're content, we're going to move on and we're going to look at decisions taken under special urgency provisions. There are none. Item 8, Cabinet or Portfolio Holder decisions called in for a review. There are none. Item 9, items requested by members of the panel and other members. There are none. Just bear with me for a moment. I will get there. Okay.
Apologies, everyone. I just needed to confer with the chairman.
So I brought up under urgent items that we needed to have a report for the next meeting around some of the concerns around financial arrangements associated with a third sector partner. And the clerk is just checking with me whether it needs to be noted under item 9. I guess it can be. The panel is happy for it to come next month. So yeah, okay, fine. Thank you. Right, item 10. We have some brilliant guests coming along this evening. Thank you for giving up your evening. We're going to have 10 minutes each from Sally Shaw, the Director of First Sight. First Sight's one word, I think. Is it one word?
It is.
Okay. 10 minutes from Anthony Roberts, the director at the Colchester Arts Centre, and 10 minutes from Steve Mannix, executive director at the Mercury Theatre. Our 3 MPOs there, and we will, I don't know how we can play this. Maybe we have a 10-minute presentation from you all, and then we take questions on block, maybe? Maybe there's a way to do it? Just if people feel that's a good idea? You'd rather one at a time? Okay. There is a risk, if we're lean and mean with our questioning, we can do one at a time, but we do need to be lean and mean. This is a busy evening. So that's why I suggested doing it on block. But go on, do it on block. You can write your questions down.
I'll go whatever the others want.
I think the feeling is on block, sir. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, right. Do you want to toss a coin, or Sally, do you want to go first? Up to you. You're the warm-up act. Okay, this is about the order of PowerPoint, isn't it? So, okay, right. Anthony Roberts. I'm going to ring the bell at 10 minutes. Yeah, it's great power having this bell. Is that all right, Owen? Right.
Chairman's prerogative.
I do apologise, because I'm sure we could... a warning one. Yeah. Okay, go on then. Okay, yeah, cool. Can you nudge me at 9? Can you nudge me at 9? Because I haven't got a stopwatch. Okay, right, bear with us. We're nearly there. Okay, right. And have you got some kind of device to show us a PowerPoint presentation and stuff?
Yes, you are. You are in, so you just need to click on the screen share button, the green one at the bottom, and then select the right
thank you.
document.
Okay.
I'm screen sharing now. I knew it would all go wrong.
So for members of the public and folks watching at home, this is an annual event. We welcome our creative friends here to come along and tell us what they've been up to.
Oh, hang on. Are we there?
And what they plan to do. And this authority does assist them in many ways. Okay, right.
Set the clock.
Get that clock on, Owen. 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've only got 8 minutes. Cruel. Are we ready to go?
We're ready.
Ring the bell. All right, go. Okay. So I'm Anthony Roberts, Director of Colchester Arts Centre. Never knowingly understood the little church with a big attitude deep in the heart of Colchester and Essex. There she is. We're a registered charity. We're a company limited by guarantee. We're run by a volunteer board of trustees. So let's get this out of the way first. This took place on the 19th of 5th, 23. It's the biggest gig we've ever done. I've been here 30 years. I think it's the biggest gig I've ever seen in Colchester. And I'm not sure if this is going to work with the audio. So, this on my computer is a wonderful piece of audio. And here you see the gig. And they are doing Park Life at the moment. So I'm tempted to sing along to it so that you get the sense of it. But it was a really exciting, fabulous night. There he is, Damon Albarn. There's the gang. That's Colchester Arts Centre. Let's move on from there. So, why is that important? Well, it's just important. I'll move on to other stuff, but I just wanted to say a few words about that gig. It's important because it gives a sense of civic pride to the venue, to the town, to the city, a sense of uplift, a sense of profile. But it's also important because it inspires all the young people who play in bands in Colchester now. So particularly on Thursday night, this very Thursday, the sixth form Battle of the Bands, and don't forget they went to the sixth form, is taking place at Colchester Arts Centre. Butterfly Handshake. You heard it here first. Butterfly Handshake. This gig sold out in, any guesses?
2 seconds.
4 seconds. 4 seconds it went out in. A few little fun facts there. 2 fantastic Colchester legends, Nigel Hildreth, Damon Albarn.
People came from Mexico and Poland to Colchester to see this gig. Look at all that equipment there, 19 and a half hour shift by technical staff. And I have to give a little shout out to the Mercury here. That, Darius, you were talking about when we worked together, the dressing room supplied by the Mercury as part of an ongoing and constant exchange between technicians and equipment and rehearsal rooms between the two venues. Absolutely essential that we had that kind of cooperation, road closure, everything else like that. Even, look who got in. Look who managed to get in himself. How did he manage to get a ticket? Who knows? The Blurb fan. So let's move on then. How much do you invest with us and what do you get? £48,000, £175. That's a lot of money that we get. So what happens to that? Well, first of all, we convert it. So out of that, out of the whole cake, it converts to £20.26. That's what we managed to do with your money. We managed to use it to trigger and to leave a further investment and further income generation. Where does that other huge 95% come from? Look, there's a little exploding pie chart for you there. You see a big bodge goes for tickets, earned income, bar income, few hires in there, but also significantly some investment from Arts Council, England and Trust Foundations. Without your investment, we wouldn't have the integrity and the validity to be able to trigger those further investments. We give you 356 shows each year. Jazz, folk, whole list of comedy. This is available afterwards, so you can check the stats later on. I'll just pull out a couple of things for you there. Of course, there was the Blur gig. There was Beethoven in the Dark in partnership with the Wild Arts Roman River Festival. Beautiful concert. And also Wonderful Wednesdays are in there. They are our pay what you can afford nights that happen once a week during the spring and autumn season. So anyone from anywhere can come and they pay what they can afford. So it means if they're skint, they can't get in. What we suggest to people is that they maybe contribute 1/100th of what they've earned that week. So if you've earned £500, that's a fiver. But if you haven't earned anything, you don't need to put anything in the kitty. You're all on the guest list. It's guilt-free as well as being free, and you're welcome on those nights. Also within there is our collaboration with First Sight on the later lounges that we now do first Friday of the month, where we provide the programming and some of the technical expertise to animate that beautiful space at the back of the gallery. That's the collab between ourselves and First Sight, and we're really enjoying that. And interestingly, some of the artists that we find difficult to come to invite to the Arts Centre are very keen to come and play at First Sight. I'm not bitter about it, I just thought I'd point it out. Okay. So also within there is we get sent, you get a lot of things said to you, but we get things said to us like, if you don't produce young people, if young people don't come to the venue will die. Well, I think it's nonsense, and I think there should be a space for older people. I love older people, and in fact, the older I get, the more I love them. So we do a Friday afternoon event for seniors. This is our Friday afternoon event that you see there, and that's Abby Collins. Good old variety stuff in the afternoon. Tea, free cake, good old style variety acts, impersonators, Black Elvis, the Elvis tribute, packed full. But we don't just do stuff in the venue, we do the stuff outside the venue alongside those 356 events that take place. We have a digital program that goes out every week, every Sunday. If you sign up to it, you get a poem, you get a digital poem that comes through, and there's 795 signed up to that. This is our social platform reach. A bit difficult to process that really, but we see some figures pointing out there, 4.6 million impressions on the Instagram and Facebook look. And I want to talk to you about our audiences. 46,000 people, that's our figures from 22-23, were ticket buyers, but that doesn't include all the people who come to, say, the beer festival or the frock swap or any other number of fairs and events. They're invisible to us and we don't track them. We can estimate them, but we don't track them in terms of buying tickets. 50% of the people, this is run through our database, through postcode, come from outside. This is absolutely right down the middle 50% come from outside the city boundaries, and 50% come from inside the city boundaries. So within the city boundaries, who are the people that are coming from Colchester to Colchester Arts Centre? So there are 100 super output areas in Colchester. You put them all through the Colchester Arts Centre database. You put them up into the indices of social deprivation, divided into 5 different lots, and you see that from the first, the biggest number of people that come in the second most deprived area. Here's a pie chart of it there. And if you add together the first most deprived and the second most deprived, you'll find that 40% of the audiences come from the two poorest sections of the community. So sometimes we often get told that the arts just feeds the educated elite, the affluent, the middle class, etc. From these figures, these are hard figures, these would suggest otherwise. In that 46,000, of course, if someone comes twice, so if I come twice, it does count it twice. But outside of that is the people that we don't count who come to the BFS or whatever. Outside of the venue as well, we've opened up 2 initiatives in Priory Walk, you know, that little road down opposite Sainsbury's, where we have the Lawrence Walker Gallery. Lawrence Walker, a brilliant black activist who died last year, and the Lawrence Walker Community Centre. And these are managed for us by the community ambassador, Rachel Walton. They are a safe space for global majority people to come. And we're really delighted with the engagement and the programme of events that takes place outside. There's tons of reasons why people won't cross a threshold. They won't come to the Arts Centre. We're really pleased with 46,000 people. But look, 46,000 people out of the whole number of people in Colchester, a lot of people don't come, don't they? You know, that's the fact of it. So we need to find different ways and strategies of reaching those people, and we're delighted with that. Is that 1 minute? Okay, right, let's speed up then. Greenstead Community Centre, there's the Sugar Dandies in action. They are the all-male ballroom dancing champions of Britain, and there's Black Elvis. Now, we also offered a show to tour around the anywhere else in Colchester over December, and we did 42 shows around surrounding districts. Great Taste, in Phillips Care Home, Fringling-Hoe, Wivenhoe, and 38 others. Four jobs, 4 part-time. There's Katie Cern, award-winning, started at the Mercury, came over to here. There's our ticket buyers. Here's our here's our toilets. Look at our toilets. Yes, look at the grey water. Look, award-winning toilets. There's VJ, the thinker in residence. Who else has a thinker in residence? Of course, we have to have a thinker in residence to reach the people, help us reach the people, don't we? Associate artists, Frozen Light, work with people from with profound multiple learning difficulties, opportunities for young people, not just rock and roll at the Arts Centre, enhancing the heritage, shout out for our volunteers, review of what we get. I'm on time!
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I hope you do the 10 minutes.
Okay, right. Who's up next?
You go because yours is up there already.
Right, we're going to reset the clock. I'm going to press the buzzer. And we've got 10 minutes starting now.
Welcome everybody. I will just quickly take you through 22-23 financial year from the Mercury's perspective. A quick shot of Panto there. As I'm sure you may know, the creative industries grew from 2019 to 2022 by 12%, comparative to the overall economy of 2%. So in light of that and really the recovery from COVID that we all had impact from, and the cost of living crisis, the Mercury and all of us at this end of the table are facing exactly the same pressures as all of you. Cost of raw materials, inflation, minimum wage, utility costs. Us at the Mercury increased by 80,000 in a year alone, which was unbudgeted. On a budget of 5.4 million, we had a contingency of just £15,000. We issued a financial statement warning of the challenges in April 2022. So together, we really are facing the most severe challenges in our history. As a result of that, our capacity was slightly lower during that year at 60%. It's usually more around 70 to 75, but we achieved 497 performances. In addition, 5 national tours that visited Derby, London, Salisbury, Cork, York and Coventry. And also our unticketed events were attended by just over 38,000 people. And that's Cocktail Cabaret, our LGBT Cabaret, and all of our outdoor events and community programming done in partnership with the BID and other colleagues at First Sight and the Arts Centre. And as has been mentioned, the audience breakdown by Ant, 63% of our audiences were local, of a CO postcode, 37% beyond. Again, that was about higher. Usually it's around about 50-50, given, I think, the restrictions of COVID. But we managed to be able to hit most of our other targets during the year in terms of users, and our satisfaction hits 4.3 out of 5 stars. Our creative engagement programme that visits schools, community centres, youth clubs across the rest of the county engaged 36,000 people. That's children, young people, adults. Our Teachers Forum, they've got 42 local schools involved in that. And our seniors programme across the week and our work with young people in the building and elsewhere. And we were really pleased to come to the final year end of our Mercury Creatives programme that supports those in the creative industries to retrain, gain free mentoring, and that was funded by the European Union. And we were able to bring in £2.2 million worth of new investment into Colchester and create 116 new creative businesses and 124 jobs. This 22-23 was the first full year of opening of Mercury Rising, our new building. I'm really pleased to say that we managed to finish the project. We were 10 months late. It was a bit stressful, and thanks to colleagues here at the City Council, we were able to gain a very good BREEAM status, which puts us in the top 25% of sustainable buildings in the whole of the country. And for the first time in our history, we're now fully accessible, both front of house and backstage. And we were only one of 5 new capital projects in the whole of the UK that financial year. Additional activities, as mentioned, those, if you like, where we're active within the civic life of the city. We hosted a memorial event around COVID, the Queen's Jubilee we held, our work as a place for the Book of Memorial for the death of the Queen, King's coronation. They're all there to list, and including those activities with the BID. And then last summer, we were really pleased to host Derren Brown, the illusionist, in collaboration with several magicians, and we had our first West End transfer. And I'm really pleased to say that Mercury Creatives has been re-net funded by the Arts Council, the County Council, Tendring and Harlow, and that programme will now continue for the next 3 years. And again, noting what an impact the creative industries has on both the national and the local economy. I'm also pleased to say that we've been awarded £500,000 for further capital works. 400,000 of that will be spent locally. Our new building, would you believe we've run out of space? So we will be building a 2nd floor extension and then completing the LED lighting on stage, and then increasing our digital capacity to enable us to live stream in and out of the building. We were shortlisted one of 3 with the Stage newspaper. Sadly, we didn't win for an innovation award that we attended 2 weeks ago. And we're now have a set of national companies as associates: English Touring Theatre, Paynes Plough, which is the National Theatre of New Writing, Grey Eye, the National Theatre of Disabled and Deaf People, and Frantic Assembly, which do a lot of work with young people, and they are on the national curriculum. And we're also host now to Stage Text. We entered into a bidding process. Stage Text is a charity working with deaf and hard of hearing people to provide captioning. And we are now their national headquarters. We have a new first disabled artist in residence with Grey Eye, and they'll be working across the region to facilitate the voice and work by disabled, deaf and neurodiverse artists. And then finally, we were nominated as a Theatre of Sanctuary for our work with Rama across the borough, and we're one of only 16 theatres in the UK. Finally, coming up in 24, 25 and beyond, next show for us is The Importance of Being Earnest, 50s new interpretation, Midsummer, a new play with songs, and from here on, which will be a site-specific piece with Good Chance and Gecko, to be presented in Harwich to celebrate the 85th anniversary of Kindertransport. And that will be with a local community cast and partners in London, Berlin and Holland. We've got a new commission of the story of the Manningtree Witches, which many of you may know that novel. Then a new adaptation of The Green Mile, which by Stephen King, which will be a UK premiere. New stage musical celebrating Radio Caroline of the 60s and 70s, and then Panto in 2024. Finally, we employ 143 staff in a year, and our turnover is 5.4 million. Our public sector grants equates to 20% of our overall turnover, and we cost each Colchester resident 87 pence a year. And as Ant just mentioned, the public sector investment into our work and the arts and culture across the city would not be possible without the investment of both yourselves and the County Council. It's always a three or a two-way working relationship. And we generate 80% of our own income, 4.4 million per year through ticket sales, etc. And for every pound invested in grant income, we generate a further £4. So as an organisation, we spend at least 4.7 million in the local economy. If you wander in, you'll see food and drink that is sourced always locally, be that our fish from Mersey, Colchester beer, we'll buy print, design, wood, you name it. And our audiences spend within the city centre £3.6 million themselves. And finally, the economic impact of Mercury Rising, of the £11.9 million in the capital budget, that was obviously done in partnership with yourselves, but actually remember we could not have achieved that either of us individually. We were able to spend 10.6 million in the local economy with Feelings, Colchester Construction, etc. And then that new project and the building brought in £9.5 million worth of new investment into the city. Thank you very much.
Wow. You had 4 seconds spare. Very good, thank you. Okay, right, Sally, moving on to First Sight. Sorry.
My slides are just going to scroll in the background because I find it too nerve-wracking to do anything else. I'm just going to reset my timer as well. Can you give me a 1 minute warning?
Sure.
Yes, I'm just going to get to something.
So my slides just show a selection of the shows that we've done over the last 2 years. And I'm just going to run through the key points in our funding agreement so that you can understand what we've been doing in each area. Starting with the programme and performance, we have a minimum requirement of producing at least 5 exhibitions per year. We've beaten that target over the last 2 years. We've done at least 7 per year over the last 2 years. Those exhibitions include a series of exhibitions that explore work by artists working in the East Anglian region, in particular at the Benton End School, just over the border in Suffolk, 10 minutes from here. They have included exhibitions by artists such as Dennis Worth Miller, the current show at the moment, which is by Lucy Harwood, and a group show examining the entire school. The Benton End School was rather famously where Lucian Freud studied alongside Maggie Hambling. And we've been developing conversations with Maggie Hambling through the Big Women show. This is the opening of the Big Women exhibition. One of our most significant shows in the last 2 years was Big Women with Sarah Lucas. Sarah Lucas is one of the YBAs alongside Tracy Emin and Damien Hirst. She also lives in the East Anglian region too. And Sarah very generously agreed to collaborate with us on a group show celebrating the work of women over the age of 50. And in the art world, the age of 50 is usually a bit of a drop-off point in terms of your exposure. Women beyond that age tend to just disappear from the public eye entirely. So Sarah brought together a group of 25 artists and celebrated their work for a 4-month show. And that generated £1.8 million worth of press for First Sight and for Colchester too. So a really beautiful show to have shown. And Sarah has since donated a considerable pledge to First Sight in terms of a personal donation into our funding, which is an extraordinary situation. That's just happened this week. So the exhibitions programme has been really wonderful for us. We've continued to over-deliver. I was at an event last night with all of the visual arts organisations from across the UK, and we are one of few galleries currently able to continue to provide the full offer because of the funding climate that we're all working in, which Steve has mentioned. So we maintain our ambitions in that area to continue to deliver as many exhibitions for free as possible. In our events world, we've upped our game considerably in relation to our new opening hours, which I'll talk about shortly. Last financial year, we delivered 110 events, and this year we've delivered 440. So we've significantly increased the level of activity that people can participate in. A lot of that focuses on our new evening opening hours. And one of our most successful programmes, which Ant has already mentioned, is the Late Lounge, which is in direct collaboration with Ant and the Arts Centre. And the beauty of collaborating, in particular with Ant, is that we know that we will automatically attract an audience. And we split the tickets in half, and we had a mini competition possibly about who would sell the most quickest. And we both sold out within 3 days. So a super fast turnover of tickets for us, which is really exciting to see in a new programme. The other events and activities include workshops, classes, quite conventional things like landscape drawing, life classes, and it's very much in response to our audience's demands to do more of their own work in the building alongside seeing people like Sarah Lucas as well. So that's a really fantastic new programme. It's growing, it's developing, and it's beginning to turn a profit after 6 months of development. Under community and audience development, our footfall is on track for our target of 124,000 visitors this year, and that is despite actually reducing our opening hours by 1 day per week. So we're already outperforming last year when we were open all week round. So that's a significant step forward in terms of a big test of a new idea for us. The strategy behind changing the opening hours was because previously the galleries were shut at 5, which I never understood, and there was actually no record of why that was the case. So anybody in Colchester with a job couldn't come in and see our primary offer, apart from on a Saturday or a Sunday. So an incredibly narrow window for 70% of the population of Colchester to actually experience what we do. Since changing the opening hours, closing on Monday, opening later on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, we've seen an increase in the working population of Colchester coming into the organisation. And we've also seen a decrease in the overall age of visitors, which isn't to say that fewer older people are no longer coming in, it's just to say that more younger people are coming in, and those are people with disposable income, which supports everything that we do within the organisation. So footfall is incredibly promising for us, and the recovery from COVID is improving every single year. Our opening hours change has been a huge success, and we're very excited about where that will take us in future. The third part of our audience development world, which was an additional project which we brought on stream in this financial year, was to introduce our new membership scheme. So the First Sight Mosaic membership scheme went live in November, and for £99, per year per person, you can enjoy unlimited free cinema at First Sight and huge discounts on all of our other events and activities. And we're seeing that that is already working, and it's boosting our numbers overall. So we've only sold about 100 memberships so far, but we can already see a considerable impact on the numbers of our audience attendance across the board. From that membership scheme, we can also track, not individuals, I can't see what you're all doing, Anthony, but what I can see is in an abstract way that people are not just going to the cinema now, they're going into the exhibitions and they're using the cafe and they're using several different things within the building at the same time. So our mixed use is being really, really developed by that. So the membership scheme is incredibly exciting, and the data that we will get from it will be very important for all of us, not just for First Sight, but it will be lots for us to read into. Governance and management, the board continues to meet on a regular basis, of course, and scrutinise our activity. We've spent a lot of time over the last 12 months looking at our finances. It's very, very, very tough, and there are some big changes in the way that we are having to reorganise ourselves because of our finances. So Steve's mentioned this. Our electricity costs for the last 2 years went from £140,000 over 2 years, so £70,000 per year, to £580,000 in 2 years, and that has taken a huge chunk of our reserves. So we came out of COVID in possibly our best financial position ever, and I'm lucky to be able to say what I'm saying, but our reserves have now been really reduced because of that utilities cost. The other big change that we're experiencing is the change around trusts and foundations. The competition is through the roof. Our previous performance was around about 70 to 80% success rate. In this financial year, it's at 10%. So that's a massive landscape change for us. There's lots of feedback that we're getting about why that is, and there are some changes that we are able to implement next year, but it's very, very tough. One of our successful grants was from a foundation, Fidelity. We didn't approach them, they approached us, and that's a first. Fidelity Support Capacity Building, which is relatively unheard of in lots of cultural sectors. They have supported us over 3 years with £350,000 to create a new philanthropy team. So that is working with donors and individuals to support our activity, which allows us to shift away from trusts and foundations, build that up whilst we're reviewing trusts and foundations. The other role that that's going to create, which will be not just for First Sight, but significant for all of us, is a data and impact evaluation role. We've been wanting to look at this at First Sight because we know that we're creating a lot of information about why people do get involved in culture and what's the transferable value of that to other sectors. We know that creativity fires up certain parts of people's brains. We know it's the same parts of your brain that inspires you to find COVID vaccines. So we need more people to be more imaginative and creative. So how can we create evidence to show that that is one of the impacts that can be had by being creative? And actually, how can we join forces with the other NPOs to understand that across the town, the city centre? So another element of our change in governance and management, and also something to consider in terms of how we work further afield, is that I've recently been appointed as the Arts Council's South East Area Chair. So that means that I am supporting the work of the Arts Council in all of the counties that reach around London, which is a big role. It's a bit terrifying, but what it does mean is incredible information back into Colchester, the broader landscape and the work of the Arts Council. Diversity and access, we are about to create 2 new senior management team roles that have a specific diversity focus to them. We are actively seeking living experience into the senior management team. Our audience diversity levels, in terms of global majorities, we now outperform national representation in terms of global majorities, which for an art gallery in particular, but an art gallery in this region is extraordinary. Also, our LGBTQI+ performance is above national representation. Disabled audiences have returned to pre-COVID levels. I'm going to skip a few things because Darius is giving me signals. Children and young people, Holiday Fund continues to run. We've now provided over 22,000 meals, free meals to children and families in the area over the last 7 years. It continues to grow that programme. We've also seen an increase in the diversity levels within the Holiday Fund programme too, and that's up to about 56% in terms of global majorities too at times. Our YAC programme continues, and we've delivered 2 exhibitions with young people over the last 2 years. The big news on our environmental responsibility is our lighting programme is on way to being complete. That should be complete in the summer, and that means that we're changing every single light bulb in First Sight to LED. That will help considerably with our utilities costs, but it also means that the asset of the First Sight building is significantly improved for at least 10 years. It's a huge project. The 2 major contracts behind that programme have gone to local companies. Property 360 are the main project manager, and they have been exceptional. It's the biggest contract that they've ever been awarded, and it's an incredible privilege to work with them. They're diligent and they are making it a whole success. They're really extraordinary. On health and wellbeing, we've been working with the University of Essex on our impact assessment on an ad hoc basis. When we have our new impact role in place, that will become more consistent, and I would like us to be working in collaboration with the other MPOs on their data as well, so that we can understand the real value across the city centre on a number of levels. And I'm going to stop there.
Good job.
Oi!
Thank you.
I can see the sweat on Darius's face.
Right, wonderful stuff. Lots and lots of information there, and I apologise for taking it on block, but it's because we've got a lot to get through. Okay, I'll start things off. And actually, I was just going to say, Sally, I thought it was both beautiful and both sad about what happens around Background Bob. But what an incredible facility you're able to offer up and showcase a local artist who brought about such positivity in his work and his family.
Thank you, Darius. And the thing about Background Bob was that actually that was somebody that just wrote into First Sight and said, can we have a show? Yeah. And the answer within a day was, yeah, of course. And that's been 3 exhibitions and something like £250,000 raised through Background Bob.
I found out accidentally that I was bidding against a friend on eBay for some of the artwork, but at the end of the day, the hospital won in terms of getting good bids. Look, my questions, and then I'll open it up to other panel members, and it's been touched on, I think, by all of you. So if you've already touched upon it, you know you have. Talk to me about the future. The question I would have is, what are you doing in terms of cross-fertilisation? So as organisations, how do you collaborate, and where do you see opportunity for the future? It might be boring stuff around economies of scale buying. It might be around bringing in expert advice, whereby you don't have 3 individual experts, you have 1, because they are the cream. So what's going on there now and in the future? And then again, I'm always interested in what you're doing outside of your buildings, because yeah, your buildings are good, but actually it's about sometimes taking the fun, the party to people that won't necessarily be looking for it. So I'd like to hear about what you do around that area now and in the future, maybe. Broadly, up to you, go for it.
Joint working, at the moment it's very much project driven for First Sight, and it's through things like the Late Lounge collaborations, but they're already showing us a lot of information about what more we could do, and Ant and I are in a conversation about developing a version of Holiday Fun over in Tendring if we can in the future. We did it for about 18 months prior to COVID, but because we received standstill funding from the Arts Council, we weren't able to continue that, which was our intention. But we very much need to look at how that project could work over in Clacton. My big passion really, and it's boring, it's outside of my age. My passion is around data and understanding the really unarguable impact of creativity beyond things like just purely economic impact, but actually why do humans do all this creativity? Because we've been doing it for millions of years, and we need to get better at providing really amazing information about what actually happens inside your brain when you do get creative, because that has implications for so many other areas, in particular the development of young people and things like resilience, self-visualization, all sorts of skills that are going to become incredibly important as you go into things like the job market of the future, where not only will you have to change jobs every 2 years, but you'll have to reinvent yourself every 2 years. These are really critical development skills that all emerge from the creative process.
Just quickly to add to So we've all founded the Cultural Education Partnership, where we're working with local schools, particularly schools that don't engage in arts and culture. As you all know, the curriculum is being absolutely squeezed in terms of opportunity for access to right the way across all of the creative subjects. So we're working with schools around that programme. And we'll also then collaborate things like Christmas lights switch on, those types of animating the city centre type events. And I think suffice to say that we all want to work more closely together, but we've spent just over the past year coming out of COVID and trying to survive. I think we would underline that. You know, Sally's given those statistics. We are all, you know, it's perilous out there.
Sure. Just in terms of things that we're interested in the future and looking at the future, I didn't touch on there. But I'm interested in the high street, and I'm interested in what's happening in the high street and our notion of communities and how those buildings work and how those assets work. I was really disappointed because we were sniffing around a collaboration about using Marks and Spencer's. You know, and I really miss Marks and Spencer's because I live in the town. We used to not nip in for the, you know, there's a reason everyone's kind of like disappointed that they're not in the town anymore. But I could see a very easy way of making the first floor downstairs a kind of like community open space and running an art centre pop-up on the first floor. And it wouldn't really take that much difficulty. I mean, one thing the performance arts has in advantage over the retail in the high street is that we're not in, you can buy anything online. Amazon and all the others, they've taken away, like, you know, you can, the reason people go into the high street is just so that it's like a window, so they go home and then search for it and then buy it cheaper when they get home. It's kind of like it's so difficult to do that. But what you can't buy on the internet is the experience of being in the theatre, the experience of being in front of a painting, the experience of being at a live gig when the band comes on stage and the house lights go down and the stage lights comes up, that visceral thrill, that magic and that shared experience. You can't get that online. You can't buy that on Amazon. That's not an experience that you're going to be able to get. So in that sense, we have an opportunity to reanimate the public spaces in a way that we've done in a micro way down Priory Walk, which used to be really depressing. You know, it was these smashed windows and people sleeping rough and all that kind of carry on. Now down that little street, there is Bridgetown Charity. There's We Are the Minories at the top. There's N-Form. There's us in the Lawrence Walk, and that little street has suddenly become colourful, full of people, full of energy, full of ideas, full of diversity. And that might be a way of like reinventing the, you know, I mean, we're just Colchester Arts Centre, but yes, we'd like to get into Debenhams. Yes, we'd like to get into Marks and Spencer's, and we'd like to occupy and breathe into these other spaces as well. I think there's an opportunity there, so that's what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to go around the panel. Conscious that we're coming up to break time. Councillor Arnold, do you have any questions?
I've actually been to many gigs at the Arts Centre, thoroughly enjoyed them, and also to the Mercury. I feel like I can get to first sight as well because I work during the day. Just around your access around disabilities, I found it, I go with somebody who has disabilities and the Mercury was fantastic. We didn't find the Arts Centre accommodating. You can't buy, Mark Change hadn't been there this year, but you couldn't buy a disabled access ticket. Is that something we're going to be currently looking at?
I'm really upset to hear that you've had that experience because that's so important to us and I've put so much effort. We have worked as an organisation to put so much effort into that. And over the years, I've done work at the Edinburgh Festival where I've championed access for people with disabilities. So your ticket buying process will lead you to a box that says, do you have any? And in that box, we will then allocate, this is fairly recent, an access host. So someone would come to you and say, you know, you're right, do you want things? There is some difficulties with our, the physicality of our building, but the time that it's most, where we're worst at, I'll tell you what we're worst at, is ambient disabled or wheelchair users for stand-up gigs. Outside of that, we're pretty good on our equipment and pretty good on our procedures, and our thinker in residence has helped us. But I hear what you say, and it's really, really important to us, Michelle.
On this point, Michelle?
Yes, yeah. Thank you. I was part of delivering a focus group that was run by Art Centre, looking at particularly access for people with wheelchair, people who use wheelchairs. And I have to say that the Art Centre were really, really responsive to the suggestions that came up as part of that discussion. It was the people who took part in that who came up with the idea of having an access host. And within a week, this was all up and running at the Art Centre. And within about 3 weeks, 17 people, I think, Anthony, had used that service really effectively. So that includes, at the point of being able to buy your ticket, like Anthony said, you have the option to say, yes, I have access needs. And then somebody gets in touch with you and they talk about your access needs. And there is the opportunity for you to arrive at the venue half an hour early, ding the bell, you can be let in, find your seat. The access host will take your orders for drinks and so on, if that's what you need to help you access the venue. It's really, really fantastic and so impressive that you were so responsive so quickly. Doesn't mean it's perfect, there's obviously always room for improvement. And yeah, I just wanted to raise that point. That was really impressive.
Thank you for that. Councillor Arnold?
We haven't been to a gig this year, so this is obviously something new, and that's really good to hear. We did have the access disabled, and that was fine. It was just there's some seats, had disabled only, and it was a bit of a free-for-all. So to hear that that's been pushed forward, and that's really good news to hear. Thank you. We're going to more gigs now, thanks.
Just to add quickly, I sit on the national board for the new ticket scheme for disabled, deaf and neurodiverse people that will be coming in, led by all national arts councils. So that's using the model of the Mercury, where anybody's attributes, what you need for access, you'll be able to put into the system once, and then that will match right the way across any venue. So that we'll be piloting that early in the summer.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor McCarthy, do you have anything to ask? Thank you, sir. Councillor Smalls.
I've got a slightly different question for each organisation. So should I do it one at a time or do what we have to do? I'll start with the Mercury, Steve. I noticed looking through that your target for recruiting is 70% female. So I'm assuming from that you've got a deficit. You're shaking your head. No, because it caught my eye because I thought 70% is quite high. So I assumed that that's to make up for a deficit. And then if there was a deficit, I was wondering if it's in a particular area. And because I've got some experience in a similar industry in the past, I wondered if there's a deficit in the scenery and the construction, like painting, carpentry, that sort of thing, because it's way over 10 years ago. I was had a role sort of trying to recruit and supply painters and carpenters for TV sets. And I really wanted to employ women, and it was very, very difficult, particularly on the carpentry side. So I'm wondering if things have changed. I mean, that might also apply with the construction side of things in obviously the Arts Centre and First Sight as well. So I'm interested in that. So then I've got different questions for the others.
Let me quickly respond just to say that I'm pleased to say that our deputy workshop manager, as many of you will know, we have a rare commodity at the Art Centre, I was going to say, at the Mercury, where we have on site our own wardrobe, our own set and construction, and our deputy workshop manager is a woman, which is, as you rightly point out, very rare and something that we're trying to address through our various apprenticeship schemes. Just whilst we're looking at those backstage roles, next week we'll be hosting, in partnership with the BBC, a programme for Look East around highlighting backstage roles and encouraging people from all backgrounds to apply. And that's on BBC Look East and then BBC Asset throughout the whole week, and BBC nationally.
That's great. With the Arts Centre, so I'm quite a regular visitor to the Arts Centre. So I'm very supportive of that. I really enjoy in the summer being able to go into the outdoor space, the graveyard, and well, at the beer festival. So it's any other bit. But no, so that brings me to, so the only time that I'm aware that you can access that space, and it's just lovely to sit there in the summer. And I know there's been issues in the past, and that's why that area it's, to my understanding, it's pretty much most of the time sort of locked off, isn't it? But I don't know if there's any other opportunities to have that area opened up in some kind of managed way, or so that's.
Well, we don't have jurisdiction over the graveyard, yeah. That's it's owned by it's run by the council, and it's because of antisocial behaviour that it was closed originally. And so, I mean, I think it is a shame that it is shut, but also, I mean, this little gang used to meet outside. It was kind of outside my office. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they were like, shouting, and I found it vaguely amusing. But I don't live there. If they were outside my house, I think, it would have been a lot worse. And there was kind of like people, drug users, and like you get in graveyard. So I think that was a kind of contributor. But I love that space. But the other thing is that when you close it off, I was thinking it's a shame. But then on another level, it is quite nice to think of a space that humans aren't allowed in sometimes, just like, actually we're everywhere, aren't we? Why don't I just, they're under the ground. The only way you get in is if you're dead. then you're allowed in. But we did a project there. We did an artist invented some species that she thought might try and combat climate change. So there was a moth that disguised themselves as cheese and onion crisps. There was a luminous hedgehog that stopped them getting run over, and these on our Mary, quite contrary environmental sort of website. So keep coming to the beer festival.
Right, Sally. So I visited First Sight this afternoon, and it was really positive, I think, to have that space is free to access, so you can just pop in. So things had moved around since I last went there. So I noticed your shop has moved, and so there's an area at the front with tables and chairs, which looks out onto a lovely space. So I'm wondering what that area is actually for. What's it going to be used for?
It's only temporarily changed because of the lighting programme. So because of the design of the front of the building, the way that they have to install the lights goes right the way across in bands across the whole of the foyer. We can't do it the other way and do it in stages. So it's coming up soon, actually, over the next 6 weeks, the front of the building will be closed so that high level access work can be done and all those lights can be changed, which has meant that we've had to move the shop to the middle of the building. It's there now because actually there was a delay in the lighting programme, so it should have been earlier than it is currently. So that the shop will, after the lights have changed, the shop will then go to the back. The other thing that's happening is that as part of our shop will go to the front. Sorry, I'm getting I'm looking at the plan in my head. Shop will go back to that space where the tables are, which is where it's designed in to sit there. In addition, we've got funding within the capital programme to build another little pop-up cafe spot at the front of the building too. So having tested that for a couple of years prior to moving it back to the back again, we're going to have both. So there'll be like quite a fast-paced, almost kiosk offer at the front that will service the cinema and any events, and also things that happen outside on the plaza in between us and the Minories. And the main cafe will continue at the back, so we'll have a front-back offer.
No, because I thought it's positive having there was a lady sitting in that front area. Now I know it's only temporary, but the lady was sitting there doing some craft or whatever. And I just thought it's quite nice having a sort of area that people can sit at the front as well.
Yeah, it works as a sort of a very basic advert that it's kind of great to come into this building. If a human being can see another human being inside a space, they're much more likely to go in. So we try and populate that front area with activity, and there'll be a cafe, and then the shop will be back in there too.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, great stuff. Councillor McLean.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to know what's been done by all three organisations to ensure the workforce there is diverse. that at least 50 or 51% of them are women, and at all levels in the organisation's hierarchy too. Thank you.
And we are pressing for break time, but we'll keep going if that's all right, colleagues. Quick fire, go for it.
I can quickly respond. I think you'll see on the year-end funding report, we're surpassing all targets and against the demographic breakdown in Colchester.
We've appointed Vijay Patel as our thinker in residence on the senior management team, and he's across all the diversities. Vijay's a queer, brown, neurodiverse artist, and he keeps us on track.
We are changing, in particular, the creative team at First Sight, because across the sector, it's one of the hardest parts of the organisation to get into if you have any diverse living experience. And typically it's run by lots of men. At First Sight, the majority of the team is women. We're about 75% women across the board. We have high levels of female representation on the board too. We have high levels of female representation in our audiences. It's about 65%. Sometimes that goes up when it's a show like Big Women. Tons of women come in. So in terms of female living experience, that's high already for us. Where we struggle is around global majority representation within the team, and deaf and disabled members of the team too. Disability is on the increase in terms of our neurodiverse team membership, and that's really quite high. And one of our biggest success stories is actually somebody that we first encountered through our bursary scheme, through the Collectors Group bursary scheme, and this artist was given a £500 bursary. And when I met them at the bursary awards, they came in and didn't even say hello, just took me on a tour of my own building and told me how inaccessible it was from a neurodiversity perspective. And that person is now currently leading my exhibitions programme. And he is they are totally reinventing various aspects of what we do in terms of, even the basics of how high up the wall is the information panel, what sort of words do we use, the contrast between the letters and the coloured background, everything. It's a really fine, detailed change programme. So we are on a journey to change the team. It's an ongoing process. We know our areas of weakness, but there are some areas of success too.
Thank you all for that response. Is there anything that anyone would like to add to that?
I think we all recognise that work around diversity, equality and inclusion is an ongoing journey, and we actually don't stop. For example, we've increased the amount of accessible performances last year from 16 to 27, but that is also a point where we all have to be very aware of the increased costs for certain groups within our community to make sure that we can keep ticket prices down. That's the problem. And transport, costs of transport. There is such a barrier now for school groups, those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. For example, we hosted Tendering Academy's prom in the summer at the last minute because they were supposed to be here in the Mute Hall. We worked with officers and it was about all of us having availability. We worked together there, and they couldn't afford the coach from Grinstead to bring them to the Mercury. They were going to be charged £3,000. That is a barrier, and that is happening more and more. So it's something that we're certainly looking at, and I know we've had discussions between us all around how do we look at maybe sponsorship for coach travel, etc. We've got school groups having to come on a standard public bus, which is a challenge if you've got 60 kids on its way to a morning matinee of a show.
Just picking up your point, in our business, a big part of our business, the music business, the production managers, the sound engineers, tour managers are nearly always exclusively male, and it's a real problem. And they come into the building with bad attitudes, difficult attitudes. They are disrespectful to Katie Cern, our production manager, make assumptions, and it is a constant battle. And I think you're right to raise it, and I think all of us are aware that we, within our organisations, we all need to keep our foot firmly on the pedal to look and see so that we can challenge this wherever it is, because sometimes it's very difficult.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Sullings, do you have any questions?
Just to say what a wonderful, diverse range of events there are, and how ashamed that I am that I know so little about it, and to urge you to try sitting out in the wilds of rural North Ward. A lot of my residents don't come into Central Colchester very often, so I can see how important it is that your activity is. So just thank you very much.
You're very welcome to share data of how your residents move if you like.
Very interested, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Willits, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, the notable feature of the three presentations was just how successful the organisations have been over the last year, with one particular issue, and that is the price of electricity or heating, which seems to be clobbering all your business cases. The question which was written on the card that I was supposed to ask is, if you're all so successful, why do you need £300,000 from us? And if we only gave you £150,000 spread over the board, you'd still be able to use the sponsored by the City of Colchester. For an organisation such as the City Council, which is really desperate for cash at the moment, despite the good works of the leader of the council, we're still short of cash. Is it an appropriate balance that we're giving so much money to organisations which appear to be so successful in terms of getting people in, the right cross-section of people, and putting on programmes which are very attractive?
Well, Councillor Williams, I think we've been here before. I'm very happy to answer the questions. This is about the investment, and we were very grateful that the agreement from the City Council now mirrors the Arts Councils, and it allows the Arts Council and the County Council to invest. If any of the funding, if the total were removed or a proportion were removed, that would be also removed from the Arts Council and the County Council and other donors. So they look at that portfolio. Do residents, you all represent residents, do they care about those facilities at a county level and at a national level? They'll also look through, we do a lot of work with the Department for Levelling Up. They'll look through that, and they'll also note where there are challenges. You will note the decisions of Suffolk County Council, Nottingham County Council, Somerset, Bristol, all of them actually endanger their facilities. And don't forget, all of our facilities are owned by yourselves. It would cost you more, I suggest, by mothballing them than us actually occupying them.
Thank you for the annual answer to the same question.
Very welcome.
It's always a good reminder. Not written on the crib card, a question which does come to mind. Sometimes we wonder about whether £313,000 per year is a sort of worthy sponsorship for the arts. On the next item on the agenda, we will note, I'm sure, during the questioning of the portfolio holder, that, for instance, Leisure World North costs us £1,800,000, although that's probably a bit high because that includes some of the financing costs. Do you have any comments on the fairness of the system where you get 313,000 and just one of the many sports facilities within the town is getting 1.8 million, and that's not the greatest item. It's just the one that's not on the agenda. I mean, do you have any observations on whether you think that is fair and where the point of fairness would be on handing out the cash?
Well, I'd be happy to look at those figures in more detail if you'd like, Councillor Willits. I don't know whether that's capital or revenue. whether you're saying. I think it's about investment and about us looking at those facilities. Personally, I'm not a great rugby player, but I don't object to the development of the Northern Gateway. Neither do I play anything, remotely about sport or Visit Leisure World, but I think residents should have that choice. And I think the proportionality, going down that route becomes very dangerous when you're almost taking it down to a cost centre for individual residents or families, because as you journey through life, you will use different facilities in different ways. I think, are you asking underneath that, is there opportunities for shared services? Is there opportunities for shared promotion, shared understanding of retail, how to build ancillary income, online ticketing, online ticket sales? Then yes, I think we've got a phenomenal amount of way to go. And I think that's what Sally's alluding to. You will look at data that comes from the DCMS that they will measure. The Taking Part survey, for example, how do people engage in culture? How do people engage in sport and physical activity? So actually there's a shared space for that as we go forward.
I ended up asking a similar question in my interview for the Arts Council about the distribution of funds across the 5 different regions. And I ended up in a place of thinking about, well, look, I don't want to sit here and say, right, well, we clearly deserve more than the North or more than the Southwest, and we should take money from our fellow regions to boost our resources. What is interesting for us all is to think about how we can work in new creative partnerships to generate new sources of income that would benefit all activities. Sport is just as important as the creative sector. I'd love to double all of our budgets, not just ours. And how can we work together to come up with some really weird and wonderful solutions to new ways of working together? Colchester has an incredible history of being extraordinarily radical for thousands of years. Where is our radicalness in thinking about what we do next together to make ourselves more than the sum of our parts? We are the creative industries. We have a wealth of creative thinking. How could that lend itself to thinking about positive additional solutions rather than taking away? It would be more exciting and more productive, I think, to think about that for everybody.
I think you've expressed that very well, but I'm not. I don't strike you as someone who's very sporty, although I do the park run when I can get round from time to time. But I think, and I know you have columns and budgets and stuff that you look at, of course you do, but I'm not so sure that there's a huge difference between sport and creativity. The people who are playing sport and on a Saturday morning are just being creative in a different way, whether that's archery or rugby or footy or snooker or whatever, those kind of things. It's about stimulating and raising the bar for the activities and those parts of the brain that you were talking about outside of those things. And I just run a little rock and roll venue, but I'm sure a lot of the people that come in also play sport as well. So there may be more crossover than those kind of like clean lines of budgets sometimes suggest.
You happy, Councillor Willetts?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to sum up then, and we need to have a break. So I'm going to tell you some stories quickly. My 6-year-old used to have a couple of favourites in the city centre. It was the Natural History Museum and it was First Sight. But things have changed. Things have changed. The other day I gave him some pocket money and I said, what are you going to do with it? And I thought he was going to buy chocolate or put it towards Lego. He said, I'm going to save it because I want, as a family, us all to go to the Mercury because I loved the Panto and he went on a school trip and that was his first time. So well done, because it left a lasting impression. So there you are, Sally and challenge. But you've got time. You've got time. Right. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you all. Thank you to Anthony for the Arts Centre for putting on Blur. I think that the reality is, if you didn't do the Battle of the Bands you're doing at the moment, then you wouldn't have a chance of potentially the next blur, would you? We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye. And Sally, just amazing that you've got Fiona Bruce and the Antiques Roadshow coming here. What an incredible opportunity to showcase what you do and Colchester. And dare I say it, you might wish to have some very, very proactive conversations with our fantastic museum service, because when Fiona does that, which one's worth the most of the 3 items, maybe we've got some Roman stuff we can bring out and show off Colchester
You're going to try and flog it?
in a unique Colchester way. So I mean, tonight's job really is for us to scrutinise what you do. Do you represent value for money with our investment? And from what I've heard tonight and what I've sensed in the room is that you 3 are continuing to contribute to a really, really important scene in making sure that Colchester remains vibrant, that we have good, positive social interactions. We are doing something whereby we're not just making Colchester special and unique, but actually there's an economic value to what you do. And I saw it in some of the figures there. You know, if you close tomorrow, the hole that there would be in terms of jobs and money in this centre would be very noticeable. And it's interesting, isn't it, to see how Sudbury have just converted the church into an art centre. You know, that they've got the places are wise to what's happening with the way that retail is changing, and we have to fight to make our urban centre vibrant and exciting. And I think you contribute to that, is my view. So we note your work, and I offer formal positive praise in what you do, unless anyone wishes to object.
Thank you.
Are we having a formal resolution? Because I think we should state for inclusion in the minutes just how successful the arts organisations are in the city, that they are doing sort of spectacular work, the multiplication factors from the grant that we give. But the thing I think we should be noting is the disastrous effect of high energy prices that is putting in peril the ability to deliver. And I think we should note that as a scrutiny panel. And if there is any additional finance around, like looking at the leader, I very much doubt it, but it may be that we have a standing 4-year contract for supporting the arts. But if energy prices do not come down and it starts to put any of these organisations in peril, we perhaps need to start revisiting that grant. I think we need to make a note of that, because that was a common theme from each of the presentations, the worry about energy prices affecting the ability to continue delivering the services which we are contracting.
Okay, great. So we will formally recommend then that we keep an open mind as to the possibility of reviewing a grant upward in line with the concerns around utility costs, and we praise the work that you are doing and congratulate you for that. Something like that. That's a formal recommendation to Cabinet. Yep. There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance this evening. We're going to have a 13-minute break there. So I'll see colleagues back here at 16 minutes past 8. Thank you. Okay, if we can come to order, everyone, and get back in the zone for part 2. I'll look to see that we are streaming live and we'll crack on. Okay. Right, well, welcome back, everyone. Just because I'm going to do it, we're going to change the order of the agenda and welcome Fiona, who's going to talk to us about item 16, Middle Mill Weir. Now, just for the benefit of those watching and listening and in the room, this is an internal report. It's an interim report. It was an urgent item raised in this forum, and we will probably have a more substantial report down the line. But over to you, Fiona, tonight.
Good evening. So in the interest of some speed this evening, because there's a lot to get through, has anybody got any questions about the report that I've presented this evening?
For 2 of the options, it mentions a fish pass.
Yes.
Which is like a fish ladder.
Yes.
In my ignorance, I thought that was just for salmon. Is that something we definitely have to have, the fish pass?
If we were to rebuild the structure, we would be required to do that by the Environment Agency, yes. So we would have to integrate that into any new structure that was built. Yeah, that's for movement of all fish and eels as well upriver.
So one more, because it strikes me there's 2 problems or issues, not necessarily. So you've got the issue of the actual weir and then the issue of the footbridge, so that
Yes.
the pedestrians obviously and users can get across.
Yeah.
The weir seems a lot much more of a complicated problem that we don't want to rush, in my opinion, from what I gather. But is there any possibility of a temporary bridge to ease that? Or would that just be a waste of resources to not?
So we're looking into all of that at the moment. The difficulty we have is that the weir structure has some of its structure that's integrated into the structure of the bridge. And because we've got some structure of the weir that hasn't fully collapsed at this time, we're worried that if that collapses, that could go into the bridge. So that's why that's all been closed for safety at the moment. So we don't want to cause any more trouble to the bridge, if you see what I mean. So we are looking at alternative ways and alternative diversions, but we're still looking into those at the moment. So we don't have anything on the table yet, but we are certainly looking into that if we can provide something different. I'm not sure whether we'll need to provide a full new bridge, but there's some more work we need to do. And we're still working with structural engineers as well to look at the structure that is remaining and seeing what can potentially be saved or what has to go and how quickly we need to do that. And that's kind of linked into the bridge as well. So.
Okay, Councillor Willits.
Yeah, perchance, Chairman, we're looking at the corporate landlord model later on in the meeting around midnight, I guess. Can you tell us what is the scheme of inspection? I mean, we've got lots of historic buildings. This is not a building; it's just a structure. What is the procedure for inspecting edifices such as the mill? I mean, is it allocated to a particular officer, a particular team? Is there a formal reporting method? What happens when here we hear that there were problems between July and November where there were worries as opposed to problems. Then 30th of October there was something really definite. And then by the time we get to December, there's a sudden collapse. I mean, will this structure have been inspected on a regular basis? Will the frequency of inspections have been related to any physical features of the mill, such as wear or cement loss? And is it all recorded in a database somewhere so that there is absolute precision about who inspects it, how the results are dealt with, how funding is obtained if work is needed?
So my particular team, and I manage the parks and open spaces team. So what we look at from an asset point of view is we all do sort of day-to-day checking on items that come under our management. So that's just that day-to-day visual inspections, and also because our team were also involved in the operation of the weir as well. Since after we took that over from the Environment Agency several years ago, so they would do the day-to-day operations if there was flood warnings, things like that. So from that point of view, that's where we saw if there was any issues, and that's how I'm able to give you that sort of record of what was seen and when. One of the issues there was we'd noticed issues with the bridge, actually, which is not our structure. So we had reported that through to Essex County Council, had then sent out their engineers to check on that, and they do have a formal programme of asset inspection for that. So they'd gone in, I think they'd done a big inspection, I think it was about 2017, and then had come in and had another check on it, and they can measure it. So there's sort of cracking, which you get in lots of old structures, and they check and see if there's been any change to that with telltales and things like that. So that's the level of inspection that they would have been doing on that.
So why was it not caught before it collapsed?
So actually, the thing my particular team, sorry, I'll give you a bit more detail. So the stuff that my team do, when they've noticed issues with things coming under the water, we actually thought it was just things stuck within the weir, which is very common when you have things stuck. Lock gates as well, it's really common when you operate them to get bits of debris stuck in them, and then you'll get extra flow coming through those. So it's really common this time of year. You tend to open things back up again and try and get the water to flush it through and close it back. And that hadn't, so they thought it was just a normal kind of issue that was going on with that. And then they suddenly noticed then that there was much more bubbling than normal that was coming underneath. But of course, all of these things that are happening are underwater. So you're going on your best experience and your best knowledge about what you're seeing. So it's actually hard to know exactly what's happened. And within a very short space of time, then suddenly it all went, and then all the water was rushing underneath. And that's where we believe there was a failure of the concrete apron area underneath that, and that had washed that out. So yeah, it's really difficult with these kind of structures where they're underwater to be able to actually dewater them and do the kind of level of inspection in those underwater areas that you're saying, that you would expect to happen normally on a structure that's very visible all of the time. It's very easy to go in there and do all those regular checks, but underwater it's much more difficult without actually damming the river and dewatering it, which is not an easy process to do.
Okay, Councillor Sonics.
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the timetable and scale of costs. I mean, we've set up a committee, the council, so I guess that's what councils do. But are we going to be sitting here next year discussing the three options? And can you just do you have any idea of the scale of costs? Has there been any, I realise there's nothing you can possibly be tied to until you've got the reports and so on, but do you have an idea?
Yeah, and it very much depends on what we do as well. So at the moment, we've already been consulting with the sort of the main group, the specialist groups like the Environment Agency, Natural England, and groups like that. So we've already been working with them, and I'm just waiting for all the final feedback to come from them, though I have had an initial meeting with the Environment Agency about their feelings on it. We've also then contacted local community groups as well. I believe some of them spoke at the last meeting here about some of their concerns, so we've also gone to them for consultation with the Canoe Club, other groups like that, to get their feedback. So we're hoping to get feedback by about the 25th of February is the deadline we've given for that. Once we've got that, we can compile that into a table of information about sort of the pros and cons and what the local groups want from it, and then obviously put in against that some sort of high level costs. We're certainly looking at hundreds of thousands of pounds in costs at a very high level, and part of why I can't give you a very accurate number on, say, for example, a complete rebuild is it wouldn't be a rebuild like for like, because we would have to now meet more modern standards. You know, and goes, you rebuild it, you've got to meet what those current standards are, so there would be additional costs, and obviously the fish pass going in there as well. But until we've taken out potentially the remains of what's there and know what we can save, we don't know. We have spoken to a contractor about, they're not exactly sure what it's going to entail until we know what's coming out to be able to price to what's going to go back in, if you see what I mean, if that is indeed the decision that's made.
Can I just come back on that? Would be sort of controversial and irritating. A private sector approach, I think you get a contractor, you get some expertise, The public sector approach, we go and form a committee and we consult every interest group we can. Now, what's going to happen is all the interest groups, the one person will want a salmon pass, and another one a trout pass, another a cycle lane down, and you'll end up over-specifying it, and then blaming new regulations, which again have come in from the public sector. It'll cost a fortune. So have we found expertise that really knows about this stuff and got our heads round it, the shape of it with them, so that you can show some leadership to the discussions that go on, rather than letting them get out of control and then finding we've got a thumping great bill.
I think that really we're looking at all of those options. So rebuild is just one of the options that we're looking at. And actually we now need to narrow it down as to which of those options we want to go forward with. So we're doing a certain amount of consultation and research on everything at the moment. And then we would hope to bring that back for people to look at and make a decision on about which of those options then we'll be able to move forward with. And then we'll go into another layer of detail into that.
You see, the cost isn't a detail that comes at the end of the process. It's a thing that goes in at the beginning of the process to inform your decision making. And this is the flip I have dealing with the council and dealing with business all the time. It's just a different thought process. So I think this is a very nice example of where I can see, and I'll watch with interest to see how it goes.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'll have one, and I see the leader as well. So I recognise this swift movement on the ballast in there to effectively, in theory, stabilise. I mean,
it was the quickest thing that we could enable to try and protect what was left of the structure.
Yeah, so I think that was swift, and that's to be commended. I wonder. I think I'm right in saying that I've read that the Environment Agency suggests that the demise of the weir will not result in any flooding to the Riverside estate in that area. Is that the case?
Yeah, because actually the weir used to hold the water back, so it increased the water levels behind the weir, upstream of the weir. So actually without the weir there, you've actually got less water and thus more capacity for rainfall and more other water to come in. And then obviously we've got the weir downstream that's operated by the Environment Agency at East Bay that then is automatically operated to then let water out further downstream. So yeah, the Environment Agency.
Is that, sorry to be a bit too furry.
Okay.
I know the river really well from the old Lido down to that point at East Gates.
Yeah.
So that's a fixed weir at East Gates, is it? Or does it move?
It's I think it's an automatically operated one that opens and adjusts as it needs to.
So I guess my plea would be, and I will shut up after this, my plea would be within the work you're doing, and it looks like you're doing excellent work and involving everyone that has a potential interest in this. Yeah. My plea would be, can we make sure that we look at the Colne, the longer length of the Colne, because actually what happens here has an impact potentially where Dennis represents. Further upstream, and we whilst floodplains serve a purpose, we've also got real challenge around saturated lands and key junctions that when it rains heavily for a day, you can't use them anymore. We know it at Argent's Lane, Dennis, don't we? I just want to make sure that is on record, that we are aware of all of that as well as that immediate spot.
And that's exactly why we're speaking to the Environment Agency, Natural England, Essex and Suffolk Rivers Trust, Essex Wildlife Trust. We're involving all of those groups and using all of their expertise and knowledge of when these kind of things have happened in other places around the country as well. So we can learn from some things that have already happened in the past.
Thank you. Okay, I saw the leader.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to William. We enjoy having the debate privately and publicly. I think we have to accept, and I know you do, that this is a public asset in the public place, much loved. And as this committee with industry, is illustrating, we care about it, and often we have constituents who care about it, both users or people who could be affected by anything that changes the nature of the flow, the course, and its impact on the environment. I think there's two things we can say you touched on. The first is what you're doing, I hope, is business-like, thank you, and will be business-like, and that requires good estimation, and we can only partially scope that yet. I think we all heard that. At best pace, we must understand scope completely. We must get the best and most competitive pricing we can from people who know what they're doing. That's an interesting question, given this is so, frankly, unusual, both in location and I suspect in terms of challenge, and then do it best pace. I'll offer two views, not binding. One, this is going to cost a lot of money, and we need to share that when we've got a better sense of it. But we've got quite a bit of work to do, and it's going to take some time. But we should not be, Councillor Sonics, William, in a year's time, just in the air, just talking about a committee process. We should have been on this, at it, and getting it sorted out inside that period. But this will not be quick. This will not be cheap, and this will connect with the conversation we're having later on about asset management. Thank you.
Councillor Sonics.
The broader question, and to be addressed to Councillor King probably, is how do we stop this over-specifying? How do you, as administration, stop this over-specifying problem? You will, with the environment, you go off and consult I know because I've built a boating lake, okay? And I know some of the sort of experts who probably know about it. And I know how it took us a year to build a boating lake. It took 4 or 5 years to get through Natural England and the Environment Agency, all that. They were nothing but a drag on what we did. And the whole scheme was proposed by the Environment Agency in the first place. You know, you won't, I just can't see you getting it done if you approach it that way. You need to get the people, the contractors who know what they're doing in early, get them to, and then you've got something to go solidly back to all these groups to consult with.
Okay, and building on that point, Leader, around the concern around spiralling costs, the time that this will take to deliver has an impact, because at the moment we have a serious diversion on, don't we? So I have faith that if you give us an undertaking that you are taking a personal interest in this matter, I have faith that you will be mindful of the spiralling cost potential, but also the inconvenience of people having to walk up to North Bridge at the moment. It's not ideal, but if you can give us an undertaking that you're on it, then that will give me some comfort.
Thank you, we are, and those who know Councillor Goss will know he's a person who likes to crack on as well, whether it's litter picking or addressing the issues of the day. So, but we have to give a pause, we have to have a patience about the need to do the work. The scoping work's being done at best pace. The description of the challenges we have, I think we'd all understand. And I will say this again, you know, when it comes to scope is unavoidably, and whether we think it appropriate or not, I'll say it again, unavoidably shaped by regulation, and the people have to deal with. I have huge sympathy with the point that's made. I'm finding this out as I look at the Hythe at the moment, picking this up from Will Quince or with Will Quince, and as somebody who bought in the public sector, over specification, I'm afraid, is often the start, middle and the end. Here we go about getting the best balance we can at best pace at a cost that allows us a solution that will last. And I'm just raising the expectation that this will be a very significant project and difficult engineering-wise, thus in cost. But the point about pace and clarity and striking a reasoned balance between the many interests of the river, you know, I get that message. I give you that undertaking. I will take a personal interest in it.
Okay. Chairman, can I ask whether there is budgetary provision for this work? Because it's fine to go through all these hurdles and get the best possible deal, but can it be done this year if we have a fair wind behind us?
I'm going to look very carefully at Richard Block. If he starts shaking his head like this, I'll be disappointed. He will nod his head, because the way we're looking at this, remember we've got that item later about asset mapping and management, is actually to accept that we will have to make due and appropriate provision. We have reserves for this. We have an approach which starts to allocate funding in a way that previous administrations of any colour have not done yet. So specifically, can we point you to a line item and say, here it is? In my view, no, but the principle absolutely can, and we have to get to the point where we can say, here it is, this is the sum, based upon the engineering advice and estimates. But in principle, the answer is absolutely yes. The importance of this to the public, our position as a local authority encourages visitors and wants to enable residents to enjoy a splendid place. You know, many of us love it. We've got to sort it out. We'll do it at best pace.
Okay, I'm content on this. Fiona.
Can I I know that the panel was keen for me to bring another report to the next panel meeting in 4 weeks, but because of the timescale on the consultation, by the time that comes back, I won't be able to go through that and put that report together with the information in time for the draft reports for the next meeting. So that's literally next week. So could I request that we push that back another week? Then I would be able to come back to you then with a better update at the meeting after it, or whatever you feel is appropriate from them.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, thank you for your time tonight. Great stuff. Oh, okay, Councillor King.
We spoke in the margins, Chair, and in the cheery spirit of being together, I just wanted a couple of brief clarifications of earlier discussions. So we work with trust and respect for each other, and we have to perform as a council. So we touched on a couple of things. One was about financial information. And I would just say that in an ideal world, we would have had even more than we've had earlier, but we've had a great deal of oral information in supplementation of what we've been able to produce through the finance team, and a great deal of cross-challenge and scrutiny, intense scrutiny. There were 3 deliverables at the last meeting, but it's an issue just only of record that they were accepted as having to be provided without being asked. It's confirmed that we be asked for them, and that we provide them to support the council's consideration. So there's no lack of respect intended to scrutiny in this. This is produced at best pace. I don't want to reignite the conversation. I said earlier, I'm sorry we couldn't get it to the panel, but actually the obligation was to produce it in support of council deliberations, which we have done, and that's gone out with a very comprehensive pack. In my view, the best pack we produced in my short time with you. The second issue, Chair, we touched on was really about complaints here about lack of service. We all care about that, or misunderstandings about the response received. I think some of that is just not wanting to hear the response or disagreeing it, which is legitimate. As I've said to you in the margins, what I would like to do, take away an action, which is with the Chief Executive, to put out on the website, make a public statement of some kind that clarifies the issues around access, welcome, search, which have come up 3 or 4 times in my experience. And I think we have to be really clear about this. I know it's been tested against our understanding of law and good process, and that we've checked elsewhere, or our officers have. I think it'll be really helpful if we try to say that the once really clearly again, as well as go back to the individuals who took the time and trouble to come and talk to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. On that last point, I just wonder if maybe in your conversations, you may wish to consider a mechanic in which any complaint that comes into the authority is made as public as possible, even in the form of a redacted PDF on a web page. If you don't know who the person is that's put in the complaint about the issue, and you're not showing any information, it might well be that you can kind of show how open you are to challenge and say, this is the complaint that came in, redacted, and this is our response. The complainant was not happy with that response, and here is our subsequent response. And that is the end of the matter. It would be reasonable, in my opinion.
Say, I'm very happy to look at that. The principle is obviously accepted. We for those who do look at these things, for example, Cabinet has all those who come with representation, we track the responses. So I'll just see whether we need anything to supplement that, because the principle is obviously accepted that we want to be open. We are, in my view, open and transparent as much as we can be. There's obviously issues, as you say, of personal privacy and so on. But no, we'll have a look at that. Thank you, Chair. That's very helpful.
Okay, thank you. Right, we will move on then. And we're now going to move to, I believe, the portfolio holder, Michelle Burrows, the portfolio holder for Leisure, Culture and Heritage, supported probably this evening here by Dr. Frank Hargreave. You got your sign? There it is. Great. Okay. Now, Michelle, we deliberately, because of the nature of the busy evening, deliberately weren't expecting a comprehensive PowerPoint from you. We would like a summation of the work you've done this year, where your brief is going, what's been good, what's the challenge. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So talking about challenge, that's a good place to start. It's been a really challenging time for budgets, but despite this, there has been some very positive opportunities for Colchester. We've had our city status year, an incredible year of celebration with the King's visit in March 2023, which also involved a fantastic year-long programme of activity, That included the Siege Spectacular and Gladiators exhibition at the castle. The Gladiators received international media attention, featured in The Guardian, Times, The Washington Post and Radio 4. So we were international, which was great. There are elements of the exhibition will go on tour in 2025 in partnership with the British Museum. We've had 19.66 million of Levelling Up Fund, which provides exciting opportunity for our heritage assets around Vineyards area, Britannia and Priory. The projects associated with both Jumbo and the Holy Trinity Church were awarded round one funding from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Important milestones in the re-establishment of these incredibly important historic buildings is obvious. The Holy Trinity Church project was awarded support from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Colchester Integrated Museum Services received an uplift in funding from the Arts Council, from 200,000 to 400,000 per annum in Colchester and Ipswich, investing significant funding in its school programmes and access in addition to the exhibitions programme. This has already contributed to the high learning figures this year, despite pressure on school budgets and access improvements that have helped the castle's recent nomination as a finalist in the prestigious Accessibility and Inclusive Tourism Award category at the upcoming East of England Tourism Awards. Holly Trees Museum has received £230,000 for improvement works that begin in the next few months from a successful funding application to the Arts Council. The Visitors Information Colchester team, supported by myself, are currently assessing the applications for the now annual Cultural Events Grant Scheme that is match funded by the NHS. There are some great events during the summer of 2024, bringing people to Colchester, topped off with a superb Heritage Open weekend, and then the returning Winter Light Trail in Castle Park, which goes down a storm, all helping to increase our visitors' numbers. So in terms of promoting tourism in the city, notable areas include, in addition to what I've already said, visitor services, our Visit Colchester. We support the local visitor economy by promoting Colchester and the wider city area, proactively welcoming and assisting visitors in advance of and during their visit, and informing and engaging residents about what's on in their local area. Known externally as Visit Colchester and recognised as the official tourism brand for the city area. We provide a walk-up visitor information centre located in Holly Trees Museum. We have really friendly and very knowledgeable team there who man the museum, as well as provide a public-facing information service, gift shop and a booking service for our popular guided tours, plus coach trips and local events. Our destination website and the @VisitCulture social media accounts on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram together have nearly 30,000 followers, and they're all developed and maintained by the team as part of their operational roles. In terms of supporting events of cultural and artistic merit, notable areas include the Cultural and Creative Events Fund 2023, which supported 25 diverse projects covering a wide range of art forms and community events and celebrations, and is an innovative partnership with the NHS, who provide match funding in recognition of the positive impact of cultural participation on health, well-being and community cohesion. The fund is an outcome from recommendations in the new cultural strategy, and a further round is currently being offered for events and activities taking place this year. Managing relationships with and administering annual grants to the Council's strategic arts partners and Creative Colchester Partnership has supported the development of First Thursdays, which aims to celebrate and support local talent. In terms of the Council's support of cultural facilities through the Strategic Arts Partner grants and support of other cultural facilities, we saw the presentations that our NPOs delivered. Their dynamic and agile response to the financial situation, due to the huge cost rise that we have talked about in terms of fuel, is really outstanding. We heard about the introduction of the Mosaic membership card. They First Sight have hosted a vibrant programme of events which I have supported, including the Big Women exhibition, curated by a very, very local but nationally acclaimed contemporary artist, Sarah Lucas. I have supported the Mercury Theatre in the launch of their stage text, which is a company who have made the Mercury Theatre their home, providing opportunities for people with hearing impairments and who are deaf to access our theatre. I have been involved in working with Cultural Arts Centre to develop opportunities for people who use wheelchairs to take part in events. I talked about the Access Group earlier that I was involved with. All these venues who I have supported have outstanding leaders, and the staff that they work with are also outstanding. They deliver an incredible artistic programme, and I have to say an example of that welcome that they offer everybody is seen in the welcome that I have in my role working for Alzheimer's Society. I facilitate an action group there made up of people with dementia, and I have made their home the Mercury Theatre. The operations staff work with me to make sure there are signs up in the building on the day that we arrive, so that members can steer themselves from the box office to the meeting room upstairs independently, and independence is a real key factor for people living with dementia. Every month they speak to me before our visit to let me know of any big changes that are in the theatre and to accommodate us accordingly, moving us into a different part of the cafe when needed. And I'm also now starting conversations with the head of engagement around how we can support practitioners to support people with dementia. This came up with a conversation I had with Elodie Gilbert, who is the head of creative engagement. One of the practitioners had approached her and said, there's somebody living with dementia in one of the groups and I need some support to be able to help them. As a result of that conversation, we're looking at presenting dementia information sessions for all staff at the Mercury, which would be really fantastic to have everybody as a dementia friend. It's really great. I've supported Cultural Arts Centre in the delivery of the focus group, as I said, and I'm about to start a conversation with Sally Shaw around engaging people with dementia in some kind of test and learn project that involves looking at creativity. Sally talked earlier about creativity and what happens to our brain when we create and why we create, so we're going to be looking at that. With regards to number 4, protection and promotion of archaeological sites and monuments in the borough. There were 46 participating venues and guided walks compared to 29 in 2021 and 38 in 2022 for Heritage Open Days in Colchester in September. The total number of visitors recorded was 7,550, which is a significant increase on the figures of the previous year. So they're working really hard to promote our archaeological sites and monuments throughout the city. Visitor figures have now easily returned to pre-pandemic levels across our city. There has been a lot of work on interpreting the city's heritage, continued with new interpretation panels installed at St Michael's Church in Myland, which I supported, the Roman Circus and the University of Essex. And this is part of an ongoing project to improve the public's access to the rich and diverse heritage of Colchester by installing interpretation panels at local key locations. To date, we have over 40 installed now, including around the complete circuit of the Roman Wall and at Gosbeck's Archaeological Park, St Bottles Priory and the Jumbo Water Tower. The Council's Museum Development Officer has built strong working relationships with Essex museums, which I have supported, and has made site visits to around 40 venues, enabling her to provide on-the-spot advice to staff, many of whom are volunteers. And I think that covers all parts of what I had to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burrows. Okay, I'm going to go around the room for questions. To make it different, I'm going to start this end, and I'm looking to see if Councillor Willits has anything to say.
Oh, yes, definitely, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. Several quick questions. I guess it would just be yes or no or a number. Good to hear that work was going on at Holly Trees. What do you think the fall off will be in visitor numbers when you start charging for Holly Trees?
I think, in conversation with Frank, that figures show that there isn't a drop-off actually, because many people who visit Holly Trees museums, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, but I believe they're visitors from outside Colchester. Is that's the case?
Well, we're forecasting, yeah, about half the visitor numbers that we currently see going into the museum. There will be a number who will carry on using the VIC because, of course, the retail on the front. But yeah, there'll be that's based on kind of sector knowledge and as I say, the kind of visiting demographic of that. So there will be a significant decrease in visitor numbers.
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of principle, I mean, would you prefer to see free entry to our museums so that everyone can go in and enjoy what are publicly owned assets?
I think people are quite used to paying a charge, and I think there'd be some discussion, wouldn't there, around some kind of reduced entry charge for people who were residents. Am I right in saying that, Frank?
Again, we're looking at the whole kind of admissions lot at the moment just to get that get the list ready. But there'll certainly be options around a kind of a pass for residents, like we have at the castle at the moment, which is very reasonable. Really, it's just price of admission, and you can come all year. And there'll be a similar kind of extension to that for Holly Trees as well. And one other thing, if I may, is the demographic of the visiting, if you like, doesn't really change with charging. And obviously, a lot of people we want to encourage through, from different demographics will continue to do so, more kind of direct engagement and through the learning programs and through kind of community engagement that we do as well.
And my second question is on point 5 of your responsibilities, protection and promotion of archaeological sites. It's my impression that whenever a planning application comes in, which is going to be built on somewhere where we think there may be artifacts around, the archaeologists are always under pressure. The planning department never seems to agree sufficient time to allow the work to be done thoroughly and properly. Would you agree with that? And if you do, are you battling to get a fairer disposition of time so that we can identify any of these artifacts which may be missed if we're under pressure?
I think it's really important that we make sure we do what we can to make sure we don't miss these opportunities. But I'm going to refer to Frank here because you can certainly talk more about this, I think, as you have a longer experience than I do.
Well, I've probably got some personal opinions about it, but for that's not really within this remit, to be honest. That's something you'd have to talk to the planners about.
Well, personal opinion. Our scrutiny panel is here to ask officers questions and get their view back. So, let's hear your personal view about whether the system is working properly.
I'd love to take that. I'll have a chat with you afterwards, I think. Possibly not one for the scrutiny. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Willits, can I interrupt? Because I know you've got more, haven't you?
Just a couple.
Yeah, let me just interrupt then while we're on this point. So I mooted an idea a while ago that given Colchester's unique position as the first Roman city in Britain, and given our unique, quite extraordinary collection of mosaics, some of which still in situ, I suggested that actually planning should have a supplementary planning document specifically around Roman floor surfaces. At the moment, there's obviously what the National Policy Planning Framework says about archaeological sites, but actually we have an opportunity, if we want, to say, well, we do things a bit differently in Colchester, and if you uncover a Roman floor surface in a building or in a public realm space in Colchester, you're going to have to do something different around interpreting that, not just pouring sand and concrete over it to preserve it for 150 years where it gets seen again. I know that planning work incredibly hard and that they've got a lot on their plate. Would you at least, Councillor Burrows, support my political request that we could share that actually we should get to a position where there is an SPD on this area? And I'm not going to put a deadline on it, but I just think as a marker in the sand, when capacity in planning is there, we should look to do something different here, because we know, don't we, very recently poured concrete on Roman floor surfaces. I don't think that's cool. So the question is, do you support the idea that eventually there should be an SPD on this?
I think it's worth a discussion perhaps with planning and Simon Cairns and Karen Syrett to actually look at whether that could be something we could deliver.
Sorry for the interruption. Councillor Willits, proceed.
Well, Chairman, can we catch that point in terms of a recommendation that there should be a report on whether the archaeologists have satisfactory time to look at it, as well as considering the importance of any possible finds?
Leader.
I think it's right, just to round this out, that we don't leave an impression that as a city council, as officer group serving any administration, that they are in today's times at all careless about the importance of our heritage. The fact that we have a cabinet member with a significant part of her responsibility for that just attests to that, ensures we have the right sort of challenge. Of course, developers sometimes want to crack on, but I think the whole atmospherics are so different from far gone past times that we are careful, not careless. And I think we need to have that before we go and take away a could we do more conversation.
It's not a could we do more. I think it's just a fair report on whether there is adequate time. There is a difference of opinion as to whether there is adequate time, Leader. I think an impartial report just setting out the issues and the views of the various participators in these decisions would be useful to reassure the scrutiny panel that we are we're in good order on this one.
Okay, sorry, just for clarity, who are we expecting the report from? Is this from someone like Frank, who has archaeological expertise to support us, or is this from planning, Dennis?
It's a request from the scrutiny panel for a report, and it's not our decision, I think, Chairman, as to who writes it. It is for our officers to decide who is best placed to provide the information, either singly or in collaboration. So I think we just leave it for the committee clerk to find the right person for us.
Okay, I like this idea, Councillor Sunnucks.
Just to make sure we keep balance on this, no one wants to concrete every mistake, absolutely not. But on the other hand, we don't want to be have a reputation as a city with so many archaeological challenges that developers go away. And I tell you, it's really major, the cost of all these rules, regulations you have to go through. It's absolutely major. So let's just bear that in mind and not go too far.
My last but one question, Chairman. It is rumoured, it is rumoured that 95% of our museum artefacts are actually in boxes in the northern gateway somewhere in a warehouse. If that is true, I think it's a shame that more of it is not on display. I know there's a process of rotation, but do you have any view on how we could increase the amount of our artifacts that are available to the public?
Frank?
Certainly, I mean, it's worth saying this. We're not hiding the Ark of the Covenant somewhere in a big warehouse, kind of Indiana Jones style. These are, we have an enormous quantity of fragments of pottery, items, of kind of industrial items from different things like that. We have available for researchers particularly, so they are available to access, and we're putting more and more digitally now, so people can kind of view them online, see what we have. But a lot of the reserve collection is not really something that people tend to want to see a huge amount of at the moment. We do tend to show, obviously, as you can imagine, the very best items. And as I say, there's a huge quantity of material that is interesting to researchers, important for the historical record, or hasn't frankly been collected in the past for reasons that perhaps modern curators can't really understand. But there's a number of, there's a lot of material, I think, that we can consider through digitally to improve, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. My final question is on item 12 of the portfolio holders report to oversee the management of the council's heritage assets. Can I ask you about the Moot Hall roof, if it appears to fall within your bailiwick? Very much along the same questions as I asked of on the matter of the weir. How did it happen? There's a grade 1 listed building, the roof and the plasterwork collapsed because no one has apparently inspected it. Now, under the new regime of the corporate landlord, it may well be that these things will iron themselves out, but how did it happen?
I'm going to have to defer that to somebody else. I'm afraid I don't have that information.
Can I, Chair? I mean, we're going to have an opportunity when we get to corporate landlord and asset management and walk our way through that. But I think there is an understanding that what you cannot see is by its nature difficult to deal with. But this does go right back to the way in which we have looked after our assets. And don't start me off about that. I'll save that, if I might, Dennis, until we get to that item. We'll touch on that then.
Thank you, Chairman.
Let's move around then. I'm looking for eyes. Does anyone else wish to? Councillor Sunnox.
Yes, we had a very interesting report, a list of things that are being done. We didn't have very much about the budget, which is obviously a very important part of things. And we didn't hear about the Northern Gateway Leisure World assets. And I sent to you just now a costing saying it's costing us 1.8 million a year, which is a huge figure. So I just wanted to ask whether you regard that as part of your portfolio holder responsibilities, or do you defer that to your finance colleagues? And then I wanted to ask about that figure of 1.8 million a year. How much capital has gone into that? Okay, what is the capital investment that we put into that is generating that sort of loss?
Thank you for the question. You sent me those figures at 8 o'clock this evening, so I haven't had an opportunity to explore that or ask any officers about that to give you any answer. I can tell you that that figure is probably less, I would imagine, than the cost on the NHS of admissions for people who have mental health issues or emotional or physical issues due to lack of exercise or whatever. So I think there's probably an offset there. I would have to defer that to somebody who had, or I will speak to officers and come back to you on that.
Can I suggest that we've got an opportunity? I don't want to cut across you at all, but we've got an opportunity with the Fit for the Future piece. We had a scrutiny recently, didn't we? There's a richer part on this tonight, William. Perhaps we could pick up what we can there.
Can I have a answer to my question as to whether it's your duty as the portfolio holder for these areas to look at the figures, or whether that's someone else's job? I just want to understand.
I have had discussions with Adam Britton about the reorganisation of the management of leisure industry, and he is making huge savings on costs because of that restructuring. So I do have some insight into that, yes.
And what about the capital costs? Is there, because I heard someone saying, for example, the other day that Rowan House was making a profit. That's 12 million quid invested in it. It ought to jolly well make a profit. And we know that we've got 30 odd million quid invested somewhere up in the Northern Gateway. How much of it is covered by this? And what sort of return are we getting on our investment?
I will come back to you on that, William.
Okay, looking around the room, Councillor Smalls.
When I was reading the report, I did pick up on the charging at Holly Trees and expecting about a 50% drop off in visitors. And I wondered what the demographic might be, because my impression, obviously just the impression is, and from my past, is you get sort of young parents and young children. It's one of the free places in Colchester at the moment. You can pop in. So in the past, I might have had a circuit with my child where I might go into the Natural History Museum, go into Holly Trees, go into the library, and that's going to be with some young parents struggling at the moment. That's going to be one less place they can go to. So I don't know if you have looked into the demographic of what that 50% who won't go, what they might be.
Certainly, we certainly look at the from the sector, kind of learning from museums that have gone from free to charging. And generally speaking, the demographics don't change enormously. So we don't necessarily see that changing. Of course, it is a shame, but the council does need to obviously find savings and find ways of generating income. That's the situation we're in, and this is one of the ways we can ensure that we still offer a service. And as we said before, I do think the annual pass we'll be able to offer will be really good value. The Natural History Museum remains free, of course, and that's very popular with young families in particular, and will remain so. But yeah.
And just one more. So, if the charging comes in, will there be any difference in the offer? Will there be, I don't want to say improvements, but different things there, a different experience?
That is definitely something that has been under discussion quite a lot, and how we might give some value for money. Yes, absolutely. And there'll be discussions with different access groups around that.
Okay, Councillor Arnold or McCarthy, do you have anything? Okay, wow. Right, I will have a couple of quick things. Just noting your role in protecting and promoting our archaeological sites. I wanted to make sure that you have the Roman Circus on your radar, that you have Gosbecks on your radar, because these are all, as I see it, long-term opportunities. And then I wondered if you would give us an insight into where we're at with the Natural History Museum and the capital bid. And then finally, if you can give me an indication of where we're at with the mosaic off Red Lion Yard, please. Sorry, there's a bit there.
I'm going to start with the mosaic, because that's something we've had discussions about over the last few months, and I've also discussed in depth with Frank as well. There was due to be a very huge financial outlay to take that project through to completion, and there were some real issues around that, one being the huge high voltage electricity cable across the most interesting, I believe, part or complete part of the mosaic. The cost to have that removed would have been £60,000 plus, taking us way over budget for any sense of completion with that, even with some kind of donation from Red Lion Yard precinct. And in light of our hugely financial difficult situation that we find ourselves in, we really have to consider whether that's something that we can afford right now. I think after lots of investigation, even looking at an alternative, even looking at putting into place a smaller mosaic, which wouldn't be as expensive to put into place, we were still looking at in excess of £50,000, I think. I think you have to balance the huge financial situation we're in, where we're already having to fork out £600,000 for a payoff that we've just had with Unison recently, and also a payoff for fitness teachers within Leisure World that's costing more thousands of pounds. Something has to give, and at the moment maybe this is the project that has to give.
I'm aware that you haven't necessarily seen the correspondence today that I have, but Leader, over to you.
It was just to say just that there is a suggestion, but you always have to say when you hear a suggestion, you have to bottom it out, that the costs that are being associated with the network power cable going through there, that may not be the case, that this might be a relatively small job. So I think we ought to say, if I can, for Michelle, I know this will be her view and Frank's, that if that's the case, if that's proven to be the case, then clearly we'll go back and look at this again. We know, Darius, that you, but other members will have a real interest in this if it becomes more viable, let's put it that way.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, you can nod to Gosbecks and Roman Circus, because I'm pretty certain that you are aware of those opportunities, but Natural History Museum?
Can I pass over to you on that, Frank?
Yes, of course. So we applied for NLHF support last year and were unsuccessful at round one. And we intend to apply again following their recommendations on that initial refusal, and we'll apply again this year, looking likely to apply in May.
Okay.
Can I come back on Gosbecks? I know that lots of discussion has taken place around whether we should develop a visitor centre or not on that space, and how we can possibly develop that and promote people going there. I know that Frank's been in a lot of conversation with students at Durham University to explore developing a relationship with them to come and work on, develop the site and maybe develop something from there.
The fact that you're alive to the opportunity gives me some comfort. So thank you, because it's a long-term gig. Right, that's me done. Anyone else? No, let's go back to that recommendation because we need some clarity on this one. Dennis, you're much better with words when it comes to these recommendations than I am. But the sentiment of what you said I support, but for the benefit of the clerk, can we go back to the recommendation? What are we asking for to come here in the context of archaeological sites and planning?
We just wanted a report on whether we feel the balance between the time given to the archaeologists as opposed to the time which the planners want to get things moving quickly is right, and whether the archaeologists are getting sufficient time to look at look for artifacts and carry out their work. And we realise that it is a balance. I mean, there are tensions here, so we need to see both points of view, and so that we're informed and can ask any further questions we like on this. So the sort of recommendation is a report on whether a sufficient time is available for the archaeologists within the current planning framework.
Okay.
With the prosperity of the town centre in mind.
I'm happy we have that. I don't want to put pressure on anyone to deliver that in a set time scale, which I ordinarily would, but given the busy agendas that we've got coming up, I'm very happy for it to happen. But yeah, okay, it is a resolution. All right. Councillor Sunnox.
Can we have a second recommendation, or you may say this works for the corporate landlord model on that loss at the Northern Sports Park and the amount of capital invested in it and what the administration is going to do about it?
Councillor Sunnox, can you give that again for the benefit of the clerk?
A report on the loss that's being made at the Northern Sports Park, the amount of money that's been invested in that, and what the administration is going to do about it. And it might be that you want to put that under the corporate landlord model rather than under this one. But so long as we get it.
It's not for me to say to you what to do, Chair. And obviously it's noted, and of course we can pick up all issues that are noted by the panel. But the Fit for the Future programme is going to get us right into that space of cost, investment, return, as indeed at another level does the budget. So all I would say is this will be picked up. But if you're going to note it, all I would say to you is there is a way ahead already that will address this. And it may touch on the corporate landlord model, but for me this is about, given we have the assets we do, William, this is about looking at their cost effectiveness in their running, given where we are, and how we ensure that they're as close to a financial balance that we judge right, looking at the social value that goes with sport and exercise.
Yeah, Chair, I won't support that recommendation.
Aaron.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just, if I could make a suggestion, it might be worth, as these are basically two resolutions that we're putting to the panel for potential items on the work programme to come, if we come to these after we go through the items say Fit for the Future, and then we can decide them how to take a vote at the end of the meeting when we have the work programme item, once any further discussions have been had.
Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, Councillor Burrows, thank you. Frank, thank you for your time. Great stuff. Get looking in the archives to see what you can give Fiona Bruce for the Antiques Roadshow. Because I love that moment on Antiques Roadshow. I don't always get it right though. Okay, we're going to move on. It's my other half's birthday tonight, so there's a double Baileys with my name on it. I think we're moving on now to the KPI targets for 24 to 25. Mr. Block. While you're getting ready, I'm just going to acknowledge one point on there. I made some noise last time around at how difficult it was to see the the turnaround figure for vacant properties had gone up quite considerably, and we were way off our 28-day target. And given that we have a housing crisis and people in difficult accommodation in the city, it was sad to see that. And I take comfort in seeing that we've got a massive improvement on that situation, and we might even well get back to the 28 in time. And so keeping that target there looks good to me, because we could say, let's take it up because it's not realistic to get there. So I just want to put on record that I think clearly good work is being done, and I like that 28 days. If it could come down even lower, great. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and conscious of time, and also conscious that many members of the panel will be familiar with the report in front of you. So this is a proposed suite of corporate key performance indicators for 24-25, and you're pre-scrutinising this in advance of Cabinet considering the corporate key performance indicators in March and making a final decision. So you're feeding into that and making recommendations based on the proposals in front of you. You can see they're laid out to reflect the Council's strategic plan objectives, to assess delivery against those objectives, as well as paying attention to measures that offlog the new central government mechanism to measure Council's performance and monitor it. Will be monitoring as well. We felt it was really important that there should be oversight of those particular indicators as well. And I'd leave it there and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Okay, questions. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a very quick one. Apologies if I've missed it. I went to Shrub End Depot a few weeks ago, and it's fantastic. And I was told there that the sickness rates amongst staff had slightly improved. But last time this was here, if I remember rightly, we were thinking about separating the sickness KPI from the waste management sickness away from the rest of the council, because the target is going to be, it's always going to be surpassed. So should we potentially have a separate KPI for waste and then the rest of the council? That was it. Thank you, Chair.
I mean, that's a resolution the panel can make, a recommendation to Cabinet, and they can clearly consider that.
Yeah, sorry to come back. We did, that was something we recommended last year, wasn't it? Or a resolution last year.
Okay, you can take that away.
Again.
And make sure that happens. Okay, I'm looking around the room. Any other questions on these KPIs? Councillor Willits. Is there a warm up to Councillor Willits? No, I see no one. It's Councillor Willits.
First general question on the financial theme items. The cost of living crisis seems to be bandied around phenomenally frequently. Yet the targets we're looking at almost assume that the cost of living crisis is over. Is it realistic to retain the collection targets as they are? I'm convinced that we are seeing the end of cost of living crisis, and we will be able to collect. The money will be available in people's pockets to keep up the collection rates that you've indicated.
Whenever we make proposals around the corporate key performance indicators, we look at how we're performing currently, and this panel indeed receives reports on that performance, and the indicators that you've got in front of you, particularly around those revenue collection indicators, reflect the performance that we're actually able to kind of hold up. It is really important that we have a high aspiration in terms of the revenue that comes into the council, bearing in mind the financial circumstances we find ourselves in. And I would, of course, mention some of the support that's available for residents around some of those revenue collection targets. So things like the LCTS scheme, as well as the financial inclusion teams of both Colchester Borough Homes and the City Council. Thank you.
My second question is on the next schedule, response to the climate emergency. Now, as has been said already, we're not sure whether that those who come to have their say are wholly representative of the world at large. But one of the points made was that we have declared a climate emergency And therefore we have in our KPIs a climate emergency theme, but it seems more like a bit of a meander rather than an emergency. And some of the issues, such as moving over to environmentally friendly waste freighters, are constantly batted back as being part of a meander, whereas if we were deadly serious about it, if it really was an emergency, we would be doing other things. So are we sure that the climate emergency KPIs are representative of the work that is being done on climate emergency? I mean, it just addresses some of the waste issues, and there are no targets for other aspects of the council's operations. Are the KPIs too narrowly drawn in just looking at the amount of waste we're collecting in black bags and so on?
I think Councillor Willits raises a really important point, and it would be useful for me to explain to the panel that in addition to these performance indicators that will be reported through to both this panel and also Cabinet, a report in terms of achievement against the Council's strategic plan objectives will also come forward with the sorts of detail that Councillor Willits is referring to, including annual performance against our carbon reduction target, which is the sort of thing that needs to be reported annually rather than on a 6-monthly basis, because of the issues that this panel has actually raised previously about the longer term nature of the measures needed to actually reduce that overall carbon consumption. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just, Chairman, I was just a little concerned that the Environment Panel, we don't want to duplicate scrutiny of the climate emergency because we have an Environment Panel, but they do seem to be spending a lot of time on climate matters without coming forward with anything which is sort of really setting the world on fire in terms of an emergency. So that is why I ask. I have a second similar question in regard to growth of the economy. On the KPI for growth of the economy, the only two issues are additional homes and social value procurement. I would have thought that we should have had KPIs which cover economic growth. I mean, we have a team which is concerned with economic growth. I've lost count of how many there are, but it's more than one person. And we should be looking for targets in terms of retail being restored in the town centre, the number of businesses being attracted to the city, and a much wider interpretation of KPIs to show how well the City Council is doing in growing the economy. Because to me, growing the economy is not just adding additional homes and social value in procurement. There are many other aspects of our work which should be going into growth of the economy, and we as a scrutiny panel should be monitoring to see that they are being effective, or they should be wound up if they're not effective.
To jump in there, it's an interesting observation, but some of that is not within our gift. And so would it be the case that we might consider including information that's not in our direct gift that is available so that we can assess it year on year? It might be that the bid could provide some KPIs. I know they're not our KPIs, but to help Councillor Willits understand a wider macroeconomic picture out there of stuff that we don't have a direct control in, unless, Councillor Willits, you do have a direct control line that you think could go in there. There's my offering.
I don't see it that way at all, Chairman. I mean, if we look at council tax collected, we have no direct control. You know, we don't have the money in the system. We have to go out and persuade people that it's their civic duty to pay their council tax, and perhaps take them to court if they don't. It is not something over which we have direct control, we have indirect control. Yet we have a target for people volunteering to pay their council tax or their rent or their business rates. And I see it no different. This is a matter of something over which we don't have direct control, but we should have targets because we have teams in the council who are working to bring business into the city. And if they're working to bring it into the city, and I believe it's really vitally important that that happens, that we re-establish the retail base of the city. We might not have direct control over it, but we are prime influencers and we should be measuring the effectiveness of our influence, just as the finance team measure the effectiveness of their influence in persuading people to pay rent rates and so on.
Okay, it's a good conversation. I'm going to have the leader and then I'm going to have Councillor Sunnox, and then we'll go to Mr. Block to probably get us to the end of this item unless anyone else wishes to jump in. The leader.
I just like the challenge, and it's difficult for reasons we might talk about in terms of our ability to influence and shape. We certainly do have some, there's no question. We have a small, very good team who understand Colchester City and its context economically, otherwise, and who are influential in lots of ways, mostly unseen, but some we do see, like bids, funding, the way government works nowadays, how we get our hands on the pots that flow our way or could, and in our work with Business Improvement District, there's no question. They value what we do, like we value what they do. So I'd be happy to take away the challenge of looking, perhaps with a bid, about what would be certainly an illustration of vitality or not, see whether we can frame that. And certainly as an information piece, it would be helpful, but there are clear limitations to this. But let's us take away the challenge if that's helpful to the panel.
Councillor Sunnox?
Yes, I think it's really important. Accountability is a really important concept, and trying to be invisible policemen, the traffic's flowing, whatever we do, that is not a good thing to measure. Okay, you need to measure things that people are accountable for and they can actually control. If we should also be aware of the macro stuff, should be aware of it, but these are KPIs, these are I think I'm agreeing with the leader and with the chair on this one.
Mr. Block?
I'd just add for further reassurance for Councillor Willits that we do have an economic strategy that the council has adopted, and indeed I think reports have come through to this panel around delivery against that, and perhaps we could provide further reassurance with a further report in the new municipal year around delivery against that strategy. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go away and have a look. It may be a presentational matter in here, because it may be that the data is already presented elsewhere. But you are going to have a look at this, leader, and a discussion with Mr. Block. And we're going to wrap this one up now and move on. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Fit for the future. Welcome, colleagues. I'm sure you would wish to introduce this, given the potential substantial nature of it. And I don't know if it's helpful. I do want the introduction to this, by the way. It's entirely appropriate that that happens, but I don't know if it's helpful if panel members have things at the tip of their tongues that are incredibly concise, subject areas they would wish to ensure are covered in an introduction, given the time limitations we've got. If you want to chuck some words into the room now, I'm happy for that to happen, but I do, out of respect to our officers, want them to have the chance to introduce it. Councillor Smalls.
Yes, obviously with the cuts, you're going to have to reduce staff. So I think, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's about, is it 2% a year or something? Anyway, but there's going to be staff reductions. So I'm wondering how you're going to, so that as a consequence, I'm assuming that then the existing staff are going to have more to do. I'm wondering how, sorry, it's too late. how you can support them, because then obviously that can have. I've been in situations where that happens. You know, so staff's cut, you've still got the same amount to do. Then somebody goes off sick, then somebody else goes off sick with stress. You know, all those sorts of issues around looking after the staff that remain, bearing in mind that somehow or other they are, I'm assuming, going to have more to do.
Okay, one to be noted, I think, and we can come to it. Is there anyone else that wants anything covered tonight in the next hour? Sorry.
We have 25 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to ask anything now, quickly, so it's on the agenda?
I want to ask about, this seems to be a process around leadership, a series of questions around that. I want to ask about the way we are adding the figures up, which is controversial, and I want to ask about what the consequences are if we don't achieve these very, very substantial savings.
Fair. All right, Councillor Willits, do you want to add anything at this stage?
I don't really see how we're going to do scrutiny of this item in 20 minutes. I really don't. I mean, this is the sort of area where I got sort of 30 minutes of questions.
Yeah. Okay.
And that assumes no presentation at all. I think on a matter as complex and important as this, to try doing scrutiny at 9:35 is hopeless. I mean, all we can do is just note the document and say, we're glad it's been written. And that's about the only value add we can make at this time of night. I would have seen this as a scrutiny item where perhaps we should have 2 evenings on it to really do it justice and look at the work streams and the communication plan in detail. I mean, if we're really going to try and understand it and ensure that it is the best possible action and make recommendations to Cabinet is going to take time. And if all Cabinet wants is to say, well, the paper's been on the table, that's fine, it's been on the table, we've noted it, it's a jolly good effort, it needs to be done, and that's what we can recommend. If we're going to look at it seriously, then I would suggest an additional meeting, if not 2 additional meetings, to go through it with a tooth comb. Otherwise, we just don't add value.
Okay, that's been heard and noted, but thank you for your patience. I'm sorry so late in the evening, but we are where we are. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. I think it's probably just worth noting in relation to Councillor Willett's points that was the original request, that we have the necessary time to present our presentation, which we don't now have this evening. But I would like to make some introductory remarks, if I may. So thank you for the opportunity, however limited, to bring our Fit for the Future proposals to scrutiny ahead of 2 things really, full council next week and of course the March Cabinet meeting. And although we may not have time to go into detail this evening, there's one thing I'm absolutely determined to say, and that's to express my thanks to the senior leadership team for their support in putting together an extremely comprehensive and complex programme and for the outstanding leadership that they have shown. In developing the Fit for the Future programme, it was always seen as an integral part of our budget strategy, and in fact it underpins that budget strategy, which of course comes in the form of our budget proposals at full council next week. The proposals you have in front of you come in a form of an integrated portfolio which actually covers the whole organisation and which will transform the delivery, the opportunities for the generation of income, and which will see a reduction in our operating costs of 25% over the next 3 years. I think it's also important to say, because he's not here to say it for himself, these proposals are fully supported by our Section 151 officer and his deputy. Evidence, and I know that's really important to the scrutiny panel, the proposals can be found in the detailed supporting papers which you have in front of you. And what they do in summary is to outline the programme, high level, and the key financial targets, and to go into a great deal of detail. It varies depending on the maturity of the strand of work, around each of those strands of work, of which there are 11. And we've categorised those activities into 5 key areas, which you'll find detailed in the papers in front of you. The environment, leisure and the economy, which of course has come up in quite a bit of detail this evening, housing and assets, which I was going to say is later on the agenda, but I don't quite know how you're going to handle all of that, and corporate. And turning to Councillor Small's point, I just want to reassure her and others that this programme of work is ambitious because it's supported by 3 important packages. One is around communication, and staff communication being an important part of that. The second is around our workforce, so a whole programme of activities to ensure that our workforce are fully informed, because the impacts on them will be very significant. And finally, the all-important issue of governance. And together they form a fully worked up programme of activities, but it's important to recognise that with a 3-year programme like this, it needs to be flexible, it needs to be adaptable as the external environment changes and as the landscape across the public sector also changes. So I'm going to stop there because I suspect that's all I'm going to have time to say before we open up for questions. And I'm grateful to my colleagues, not just those at the table, but those behind me, for staying this evening to support this scrutiny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let's have some detailed questions then. I see Councillor Summix.
Can I start with asking about the figures, the big figures, the 2 big things, a garden waste, which has been discussed ad nauseum, and there's another huge figure on the environment, 1.75 million in 26-27. Is that the end of the ID Verdi contract, and does that mean we're going to stop mowing the verges?
So if I pick up the, obviously the garden waste charging, you'll be familiar with. This panel's seen the business case, so I probably don't need to explain that. The saving in year 3 of the programme around the environment stream is a combination. So it's the culmination of our waste strategy review that, again, hopefully many members will be involved with through contributions from the policy panel, and a review of our street care and greening team services, which would cover all of the services that they provide. We have a comprehensive period of time to be able to look at those services and review them in the way that the portfolio has proposed, but it would cover those services.
But so does it mean we all have wheelie bins? What does it mean in practice? It sounds, how do you take £1.75 million off a budget without reducing services to residents?
I think there's a delicate balance here in terms of us kind of explaining to you as members what the final solution will be, when in fact actually you need to be involved in developing that. So for example, the waste strategy review, there's been a detailed cross-party approach to reviewing our current waste strategy, which then will determine the future way we collect waste. That we'll need to go through a process with member involvement to finalise it. So it would be remiss of us to predetermine those member discussions around the future model of our waste service.
You see, this comes back again to the sort of, I'm so used to seeing people leading with an idea, then consulting on it, and then doing it. But here we seem to do the consulting, and we seem to have set up a process. And I doubt that this will work, that this approach will work. I hope it does, and I'm on your side. But I really doubt it. We need to know, how do you take £1.75 million off a budget? Why don't we take it off now? Why wait for 3 years to do it?
Mrs. Donnelly.
I hope what I'm going to say is helpful to Councillor Sunnox and actually preempt some of the questions that are going to come. But first of all, I think it's worth going back to what I said earlier, that our plan is to reduce our operating costs by 25% over the next 3 years. You can't do that without seeing significant reductions in staff and changes of one form or another to the level of service that we offer to our residents. I think in particular, reference to your question, Councillor Sunnox, of course, we've seen quite a lot of success in our proposals so far around waste. But I think it's really important that we recognise and respect that we work in a political organisation, and the views of our members has to dominate the discussion and the final conclusions and the decisions that are made, which is why we always start, as Richard has alluded to, with wide consultation amongst the member group. And it might feel that we do too much of that. I actually think it's critical to make sure that the democratic mandate is maintained within the City Council, and that we have a council that is led by its members, not its officers. Thank you.
Okay, leader.
2 lines only, because I understand the point we all do. Cast your mind back to the LGA review. That confirmed what we know and knew, which is we have a very complicated model in Colchester, and simplification and learning from others gives us confidence that significant sums of money can be saved. But the exact form, which is the point being made carefully by our senior leadership here, will be down to us to decide. But we'll be driven, or should be, by the need to get cost out of the organisation.
So the final point on that one, if there's £1.75 million to be saved, why don't we just get on and do it now?
It's because it's a politically run organisation, and by that I mean across the chamber, we will have to have a further period, unavoidably, of saying, do we agree? When it's scoped and in front of us as choices, can we build a consensus about the best way ahead? But as I say, money is going to be driving that wheel of conversation, and I hope at reasonable pace. Chair, bear with me for one extra thing. In normal rounds, in my brief time with you, we've focused on 1 year ahead. I do understand, absolutely, for everybody, including the officers here, that the frustration not being able to get into what this could give us to tonight, which is a conversation around years 2 and 3 in more depth than we've had in the last scrutiny session. But it is worth reminding ourselves, we've given year 1 a really good going. Now and later, we'll be back to years 2 and 3. If it's a small consolation, what we're doing for the first time, in my experience, irrespective of administration, is trying to look more detailed, give more confidence about the journey that lies ahead. We haven't had to do that perhaps because we haven't had the same pressure, but we certainly, in my experience, haven't done that quite the same way.
I think I've made the point, and I wish success to the process. I genuinely do. But I would urge more clear leadership and thinking through the process. The final point I have is around what happens if this doesn't work. And the figures are that we've got in the habit of doing figures that you're looking at your run rate, aren't you? What you're saying is you've got to reduce it by 2026-27, you've got to have reduced your run rate of spending by 4.7 million. That's what I think these figures are saying, which is broadly in line with what I think the deficit is. I think the deficit is about 5 million a year. So, broadly right. But what is worrying is that if you look up the cumulative losses you're running while you get there, and you compare that to the reserves we've got available, I don't think we are anywhere near what Section 151 officer describes as the Goldilocks place. So this is absolutely, I think we ought to, we asked for the MTFF, the budget, to show the cumulative figures, and we now have it in front of us. 7.3 million of use of reserves over the next 5 years. In fact, it's actually 7.6 million of you, and that assumes that, I think, I'm right in saying, this is a question, that all this stuff is already included in that. So that assumes it. So we've got to do even more to stop using up those reserves. And if anything goes wrong with this, we're in trouble. So it really I'm making a statement rather than asking a question. It really is quite close to the bone.
These proposals come in a context where there are over 30 local authorities on the government's list of concern. So in other words, they are facing financial distress. In addition to that, we've got another dozen and a growing number, sadly, of those that have issued warnings to government and now have direct intervention in their business. This is designed to avoid this completely, and we are nowhere near the position of those authorities because of the financial prudence that we've exercised. This programme has the support of our Section 151 officer, who is confident that within the bounds of the need for flexibility and contingency, we can deliver this. Because I have a confidence around the ability of the senior leadership team to do so. But a simple answer to your question is, this doesn't work. We are in trouble, and we are in the same place as a number of other authorities. The difference is we have a plan in which we have confidence. Thanks.
I think we can agree on that.
And of course, Chairman, grilling the 151 officer on why he has confidence that this programme will solve the problems is one of the key issues that we, the scrutiny panel, need to understand. If the 151 officer said this will do the job, we now want to know how he's done his calculations, how he's done his risk, what confidence he's placing on it, and why. And that's just one of the issues we would need to explore before we could say, as a scrutiny panel, this is a jolly good job. I'm still not quite. I don't quite follow the answers that has been given on why we have a lot happening in 24-25, we have virtually nothing happening in 25-26, and then we have another flurry of activity in 26-27. I understand the leader's point of view that he has to carry effectively the two parties that form the administration and get their confidence in it. And it's great to have everyone involved, the Greens and the Conservative also supporting it. And if that consensus can be pulled off, the decisions are so much more substantial. But in industry, when you do the budget for next year, that is just the starting point when we agree the budget at the meeting in a couple of weeks' time. That is just the starting point for next year's budget. And why is it impossible to obtain agreement to do something in 26-27, but it's not possible to get the same sort of cross-party agreement for 25-26 when we've got a year ahead of us in which those negotiations can take place and the understandings and the questions can be resolved. I just don't see why it is not possible to bring forward. And what I'm doing here, Chairman, I'm not being unhelpful. I'm trying to be more helpful. I mean, the sooner we can get the issues in Fit for the Future done and delivered, the more secure becomes our financial position. So if we can move some of this stuff into 25-26 rather than leaving it to 26-27, all the better, I say, because it makes sure that we're not going to be one of the authorities that falls over. But the idea that we can do things with 2 years of consultation and we can't do them with 1 year consultation just doesn't quite ring true to me. And I just need to understand what are the mechanisms that enable us to do things in 2 years of consultation that we can't do in 1 year of consultation. Why you cannot restructure this programme to deliver savings earlier and strengthen our position.
Okay, a fair challenge.
Yeah, so just to add a bit more context as well behind the timing. So if I take an example of something like the waste strategy review, which is a fairly big, as has been identified already, in addition to the consultation and cross-member involvement in developing a strategy, from agreement of a strategy and design of a new service delivery model to then actual implementation of that new model for a service as complex as waste. I mean, vehicles have a 12-month lead-in period from ordering them before they're delivered. So just the practicalities of, if you're going to have different vehicle types, there'll be a process around getting those ordered of 12 months before they even arrive. So it's not just around the consultation and bringing members with us. The size of change that's required by our financial circumstances and the transformation that's going to be needed in our services is going to be significant. It is going to take time. There's going to be physical issues and asset issues that will need to be dealt with. There'll be complex people issues. And I think there's a reflection in the timing around that as well. Thank you.
Mrs. Donnelly.
Thank you. Could I just add an additional point? There's also more work to be done. I think a great example of that is the line in the savings and revenue outcomes around assets. And I don't know whether we're going to get to the estate plan tonight. It'd be a great disappointment to me if we don't. We have our officer with us this evening, but that will be your decision, not mine. However, I have a high level of confidence from discussions with her about the opportunities around assets in the following financial year and the one after, which of course we can't quantify at this moment in time because the work has not yet been completed. So I think that should give you a level of confidence. And there are other strands of work like that. I've just picked that one as an illustration.
Okay, I'm just going to do a better job at chairing this. We've got no time left, but I hear you and I can see people have waited patiently. What I wonder is, looking down at the agenda, on the item which we had members of the public speak about earlier, community use of Colchester city assets and events policy, we've all had a chance to look at it. Can I make a suggestion that it's really good progress, that there is more work to be done, and that potentially, particularly around young people using a bandstand, that we need to sharpen the pencil on that number 6. And we probably need a mechanic whereby if a member of the public, a community-minded person is organising an event and they've been told by Colchester Events Company, this is the fee, they've got a mechanic where they can go to their ward councillor and say, please can you have a conversation with the portfolio holder around this to see if there is some sort of discretion, because that might unblock a block, if there is a block, because it might be that the organisation is not known to the events company. I just think if we could note that now, we might be able to park that item and then move on to the estates item and give that some moments. Leader.
I understand we had conversations, a number of us in the margins, we all care about this. The social value of music, for example, just simply put, is understood by everybody. I think the paper, there is something for us to take away in terms of a degree of assurance here, because we are, as an administration and our officer, Carteret, in the same place as yourself, Chair, that we don't want to do anything that would impact upon the physical, the mental health and well-being, the access to music, access to opportunity to play. We're in the same place, and we'll see if there's anything else we can give in terms of assurance, and I'd like it to be crafted that way. We'll come back and make it yet clearer. We're absolutely officers, and poor old Alistair is at the back in that crew. I know he's in the, if I can talk for you, Alistair, at the moment, he and I have had that conversation. We will give an extra degree of assurance to the committee, and we'll look at ways about how we can make that public. But I'm with you that if we could move on from the item, that we note, take the point and move on would be helpful.
Councillor Willits, go on.
Well, there's a policy issue here which is not sufficiently clear to me, and the idea that you have a sort of rough set of rules, and if anyone wants to get around the rules, they go to their ward councillor and try and get some special pleadings, doesn't sit well with a proper process for how the city council operates. We talk a lot about bandstands, but to me, it is not just bandstands. It's about declaring our social policy of what we want to happen. We have asked Amphora to squeeze some of our assets to get the maximum they can out of people who want to hire assets. So that we can help balance the budget. But then we have a raft of other things. For instance, we want to ensure that every child in the borough can swim, and that may well mean providing discounts at our sports centres for that to take place, and which takes priority. Should there be discounted charges when there is a defined social policy that we want to occur. We heard earlier on with the sports facilities, you know, we want people to be healthy. So are we going to charge them the full whack? Or are we going to say, well, it doesn't matter that the Northern Sports Park is making a loss of somewhere between 800,000 and 1.8 million, depending upon whether you include the capital costs, because the council has a policy that people should be healthy, and to be healthy, they have to be able to do sport at a price they can afford, and that means they have to be taken out of the clutches of Amphora, who want to charge them the full whack to recover their policy. Now, I think this is not an issue which we can just brush under the carpet in the last 2 or 3 seconds of a scrutiny meeting. I think it's an area where there should be a defined policy. What do we want to happen with social pricing for use of our assets? Not just the bandstand, that was the lead into it. It's the wider policy of how do we balance the need to bring in cash, but at the same time to exercise social functions where we want things to happen at a very reasonable price which everyone can afford. And I don't feel that the paper we've got at the moment actually tells us what the answer to that is. And I'm sure the answer is not go to your local councillor.
Okay, I was trying to be creative and create a backstop, and also have respect to the 2 members of the public earlier, show willing, but you're absolutely right, Councillor Willits. So we will have to have this back again in this forum, I think. It's not ready yet, is it? So let's do that. Let's then go back to probably the estate plan. Would it be right for me to ask the room if I can have another 15 minutes of everyone's time this evening and cap it at that? Would that be acceptable? Yes.
Chair, could I just check whether this item that we're currently in the process of scrutinising has been finished or not?
I'm wondering if we can move on to the asset. I just don't see how there's time to do this tonight. So I'm asking for 15 minutes extra, and we can't scrutinise this comprehensively, and it's no one's fault. It is what it is. It's been a busy agenda.
All we can do with this item is say that it was put on the table. That's all we can do with it. We've started to ask questions about the detail of it, and we just don't have time to go into the detail of the sort of thing that Mr. Block was explaining to us, the lead in times and why it's not possible to move things forward even though
Councillor Sonics and then
we don't have the time to do it. All we can do, if we could have a recommendation this evening, it's that we saw that there is a fitness for future programme which isn't pushing the matter forward at all.
Okay, Councillor Sonics and then Mrs. Donnelly, and we'll have 15 minutes extra.
Yes, sports 15 minutes extra suggests that there are 2 things, or 3 things we can come. Is one, that we haven't had time to look at it properly. I agree with that. But I think there's 2 bits. One is, that we'd like to hear more about specifically what they're doing in 2 years' time on that environment strategy. We want to know if our residents are going to have their verges cut still. Are they going to have wheelie bins? Are they going to have to pay more charges? We really need to know that. It's wrong to have figures, costs and cost cutting without knowing what it means. And the second is on leisure. We ought to have some type of follow-up. Is anyone going to look at the 1.8 million loss? No harm in putting social benefits in. I have no objection to that. We do need to, we can't just bear that type of loss when we're in this type of financial situation.
Mrs. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. So however unsatisfactory the scrutiny of this item has been, it isn't the only opportunity for members to have their say. So just 2 examples would be, if you look at the governance appendix, you'll see an oversight group that will be established, and that's designed to make sure that your representatives, and it will be cross-party on that oversight group, highlight and represent any remaining questions or issues you have as the programme evolves. And secondly, of course, as we always do, we'll be doing many member workshops to make sure that as the programme progresses and the detail emerges and the challenges that we're not aware of now become very clear to us, that you'll have an opportunity to do so. That doesn't detract from the fact that I would have liked to have seen and offered answers to questions that more time would have allowed. Thank you.
2 resolutions. Okay.
We have 2 resolutions on the table.
The first around explanation of what is going to be cut with that big saving in waste. And the second is around leisure and the Northern Sports Park and the social benefit that justifies the 1.8 million loss.
Those are the 2 propositions on the table to put towards Cabinet. Is that what people would like to happen? Do I see anyone against?
Chairman, well, not specifically against. I believe that the Fitness for Future programme needs proper scrutiny. I must say I disagree with the approach being suggested by the Chief Executive, that there is no need to scrutinise it, that it will get looked at by the Overview Board and so on, if that was the meaning of what was being said. But I believe that this should be formally scrutinised in a proper manner, giving proper time so that we can examine all the issues which arise, which we as a panel need to be happy with. And if we're not happy with, make appropriate recommendations to Cabinet. That has not been done, and that should be done. And if that means additional meetings to get it done, then I'm quite happy to give up my time, and I hope other members of the panel are, so that we can. I think it'll take about 4 hours or so to properly go through this programme and ask all the questions which come up and hear the explanations. And so I think we need to decide now whether we want to scrutinise this issue or whether we don't, whether we're just going to leave it to to sort of develop and the various groups which are shown on the diagrams to take a view and massage it and do the best they can. But if this is here for scrutiny, then we have not scrutinised it. And we can ask the questions which Councillor Sunnox is suggesting by all means, but that does not constitute proper scrutiny of the Fit for the Future programme.
Okay. Mrs Donnelly.
Sorry, but for the record, I didn't say that, Councillor Willits. I was very clear that I welcomed the opportunity to come here this evening. I think it would have been an extremely useful piece of scrutiny ahead of full council next week, which I can remember commenting on to Councillor Sunnox some months ago. It would have been incredibly useful for Cabinet on the 13th of March, and for work scheduling reasons, that has not been possible. The other 2 suggestions I made were alternative opportunities, not instead of. So I'd like to voice my disappointment that this evening hasn't presented the opportunity for that comprehensive scrutiny that we came to the panel for.
Okay, I think we are going to have to bring this back here. I hear what's been said around the sequence that would have been in the ideal world, but we are where we are, and it has been a constructive evening with many other areas covered, which has been useful. So the question that I've got in the remaining minutes is, do we want to say that we'll come back with this item? So look at the work programme and bring it back in properly. And do we want to park things there, or do we want to touch on the estate plan at all this evening? It's for you to decide.
Definitely want to hear something from the estate plan.
But can we agree, Chairman, that we will have an additional meeting just to look at the Fit for Future programme so that we can do it sensibly and thoroughly? Now, it would have been ideal if it had been done before council or before Cabinet. Diaries are what they are, as has been said, and what is important is that we actually do the work.
Yeah.
And even if it's not pre-scrutiny, it's post-scrutiny, it still has great value to invite the officers in, to hear the views from the politicians, and form a view on whether that this is the best possible arrangement of circumstances to safeguard us against financial disaster.
Councillor Willis, let's bring it back. Let's have that space. And I think it's right for me to acknowledge that the Chief Exec has demonstrated to me clearly that this is quite organic at this stage. And things are not as rigid as perhaps some of us fear it might be. It's organic, it's a live process. Let's bring it back, okay? That's the resolution. I can see consensus. Okay, then let's move on then. Yeah, if we can. Let's move on to the estate plan. Thank you for your patience. I'm really sorry. While you're getting ready, can I just say what a delight it was to see the words in a report talking about 10 years into the future, because actually in a council that elects itself every year, something I'm not keen on because I think it gives instability and it means that making long-term decisions is really difficult. It was really good to see and hear a recognition of the need to take whole life terms of assets and think about things over periods such as a decade. I thought that was really good. But anyway, welcome both of you, and the floor is yours. I'm really sorry about the limited time, but let's get you on record this evening.
I think the team are hoping I might say something, 1 minute only. We have talked tonight of several illustrations of challenge to a council, and it could be true elsewhere, where the lack of scoping and understanding could lead to a financial challenge you hadn't expected. This is an absolute step change. The words brave are troubling, but I'd rather be brave and understand where we're at and understand the opportunities as well that go with that. Oh, and I want to just round off the earlier conversation. Scrutiny really, really matters to any administration of any colour. And I want us to go back and give this Patricia, Mandy, and the colleagues the time they need, as you will, Chair, and members will. So I'll pass on straight over to them and stop at that.
Given the time, I think if we just open for questions, if that's okay. I can do an introduction, but I think it's just using minutes that we haven't.
We'd love to hear an introduction because we haven't met you before, and just to hear what you're doing and what you mean by the corporate landlord model. I'm fascinated.
Okay. Yeah, Patricia Barry, sorry, I'm here as an interim corporate landlord to look at your assets and the implementation of corporate landlord. I think you've already decided to implement, which makes my job easier because I don't have to do a convincing options piece. Corporate landlord in this context, though, is around centralising all functions and finance, accountability and responsibility into one central function. So this will be a new function for the council. And I think this is my first scrutiny, and hearing some of the stories this evening, you can see the problems and issues that you're experiencing now are as a result of a very fractured approach, a very fractured structure to how your assets are currently being dealt with. I think what I'm also seeing is a very reactive way of dealing with your assets, not even on a building by building, but sometimes on an issue by issue or problem by problem, and not in a strategic way at all. I think the discovery piece that we're currently in the middle of will throw up some very scary numbers, because we are looking at a whole life cost approach, because the whole life cost approach is around your financial sustainability. So when we get that information back, yes, we have the current MTFF to look at, so we've got some immediate issues in terms of savings, but that financial sustainability piece is as important as that in terms of the liabilities that you're carrying. So when you're reading the paper was written through the lens of liability, risk, cost. And that's the lens in which I'm recommending as an organisation
you carry on, because property, you will have these for the next 60, 100,000 years in some instances with some of your assets. I see you as a custodian always. So when we're looking at those heritage assets, of which you have a greater number than other local authorities of your size, to be fair, we have an obligation to find the best way of supporting those and investing in those. And I think looking at them on a very short-term basis does not give you the ability to look strategically at how best you can actually do that. That isn't to the detriment of the council, but it's also in supporting what that means in terms of the cultural heritage of Colchester. So that's going to be a balance. I think there's going to be some very difficult decisions on how some things are done now in terms of changing the way you look at investments at the moment. What I'm not seeing is lots of areas for savings, because you're not spending enough already. Hence the Moot Hall, the weir, the quayside, the ceiling on the, or the roof on the castle, etc. But there will be need for capital investment, but we also then need to balance that with maximising income. So we need to look at the existing commercial estate, the opportunity for income generation for some of your other buildings, but also use of capital, not only in investing in what you have, but also in how you bring in new investments that balance risk, that give you revenue, but by using capital. And I'm thinking particularly around health and opportunities with health colleagues. You've got a tremendous advantage here from what I can see in terms of the relationships there. But there's a big opportunity and a win-win in that space, because it's very low risk because of the covenant strength of the underwriting. So there's a whole raft of opportunity. So I'm not wanting to sound kind of really gloomy, but I'm just trying to prepare you for the discovery piece, because there will be some big figures in there. But I think that allows or affords the opportunity to looking really positive at some longer term planning, balanced with the immediacy of the next 3 years for the current MTFF. And as the Chief Exec said earlier, the assets piece, there's an amount in for savings for 24-25, which is predicated really upon restructuring elements, to be fair, with some other parts of that. But you'll see a bank in the following 2 years, because at the moment, any figures in there are spurious, because it won't mean anything. But we have to do the discovery piece first. So we're going to put everything on the table. And this isn't just about your 300 assets, it's also about other, I'm calling them miscellaneous structures because I don't know what else to call them, because you've got walls, pontoons, weirs, I think you own a boat, church yards, you've got a whole raft of other things that are liabilities to you, not necessarily income generators. So that's why the lens is around liability, risk, cost, or finance. Is that?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I found that fascinating and really encouraging. But we are going to have to wrap this up in seconds. Councillor Sunnox, please, seconds.
Heritage assets aside, and there's got to be subjective judgments. I don't know any way of putting numbers around those things. The commercial property portfolio, interest rates have risen. What yield are we getting? Are we making money on it? No one looks at the cost of capital. I think it's great you're on board, because I think corporate landlord models should be looking at the cost of capital. Is this a benefit to us, or is it a burden? I haven't a clue. I can see £40 million worth of investment property on our balance sheet. I don't know what it's yielding. There's sort of signs of rent floating around the accounts, but I don't know. So to me, that bit's pretty easy. It's got its value. And you are a valuer, you have experience in valuation? Good. So you'll be able to, yeah. And we've got a value that we carry in our account. So we should, column 1, value. Column 2, cash income. Column 3, social benefit.
Yes.
Add column 2 and 3 together, total return, and you know that's giving you a guide as to where we should be making the disposals and rationalising. Then there's a whole lot of stuff in the middle, which I don't know how you're going to deal with it, but you've got to find some way of putting some, of prioritising it, and I'm sure that's what you're here to do, and it's a thoroughly good thing. Can I ask one last question? Are you? It sounds as if you're going to be a very expensive lady, with all this. All these that you're going to discover, you know, you would have discovered the Moot Hall roof earlier. I doubt you would have discovered Middle Weir, to be honest, not unless you had a snorkel. But but you're going to be expensive on this. Do you have experience in development appraisal and
Microphone, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So the Moot Hall is a perfect example. So you've got one issue that you're dealing with in a building that has lots of issues. So what we're doing as well as while we're doing the Moot Hall, in terms of understanding the situation with the structure in terms of the ceiling, and you'll be seeing scaffolding going up in there in the middle of March, so we can actually get safe access, because it's not safe at the moment for anybody to do anything up there. The bigger question is the whole of the town hall. So the whole of the town hall is what do we need to spend in here, and how do we look at this from not just a civic, the civic duties and the purpose of the town hall. It's also used for operational purposes, but it's also income generation. So there's a lot of work to do with that. Just for some assurance too, speaking to Councillor Corey and Councillor King, what we're talking about is a cross-party conversation when we get through the discovery piece to share what those findings are. So there's full visibility and transparency about the scale and size of the issue. But we do need to move on some of them. We can't wait for that, like this. So we've started looking at a business plan now for the town hall, not just about the physicality of it and the technical requirements, but also the income generation piece to that.
I really need to wrap this evening up. Mandy Jones, a few words.
I was just going to say this estate plan is the strategy and policy, which is the beginning piece of work. So I think, you know, this is the overarching strategy that we wanted to bring to pre-scrutinise before it came to Cabinet. Underneath that, as Patricia says, there's a raft of discovery work and then a more detailed action plan that needs to go into place, which will be sustained by the corporate landlord model, which is part of the Fit for the Future programme. So that's how it connects. But this is about this estate plan and policy and pre-scrutinising it, and then from there we work out a more detailed plan.
Thank you. Mrs. Donnelly.
Thank you for letting me have a few words. So first of all, the hour is late. I think a number of us have struggled to perhaps put our thoughts together at this time in the evening, but I do have to raise my deep concerns about the cost of a member of staff being raised in a scrutiny environment. It's completely inappropriate, and it undermines my leadership in making sure that I get value for money from every single person in the organisation.
Hang on. I'm chairman. I'm just point of order. We will get clarity on this. I think where Councillor Sykes was coming from was around the brief that being expensive and not about the individual in question.
Good Lord. Oh, absolutely. I was referring completely clearly to the absolutely not to anything personal. It's if you put someone in and they're doing a discovery program, that's going to be very expensive. And I short-term, and please, absolute apologies. I didn't mean the cost. You totally misunderstood me on that, I'm afraid, Chief Executive.
I'm not sure I did, because I actually think you said, Councillor Sunnett, you're a very expensive lady. And I think we're getting extremely good value for money from Patricia, who is one of the who is one of the most professional people I've ever met. But if it was a misunderstanding, it is 10:20. I think we can forgive ourselves.
Councillor Burrows.
I'm really sorry, I know the hour's late, but I think this is very important. I hear what you're saying. I also think language is really important. It's really important that we are absolutely inclusive. And I do actually find the phrase expensive lady really quite disrespectful. We have a very well qualified officer who is experienced and professional. The gender is absolutely nothing to do with it. And I really want to make that point, that it's not appropriate to call somebody an expensive lady.
Okay, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I think it was a really good insight into the beginning of your work. Thank you for coming. Thank you for explaining.
Chairman, can I ask, have we actually scrutinised this, or did we, again, is this another report where all we can say is that
we're noting
it was put on the table and really that was it?
Yeah, we're noting that it's here tonight. We haven't had time to scrutinise, and I need to move on to the work programme because we've got members of staff that need to go home. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. Owen, work programme for the future.
I was hoping to be able to say that I had nothing to add, but I have something to add now. So I think all I'll do is take us through what items I had down from the panel, where we had members of the panel asking for them to be brought back in the future. So apologies if I've missed anything, do let me know. Firstly, I have a resolution for scrutiny panel to receive a report as to whether the balance is right regarding the time given to seek archaeological interest, items of archaeological interest as part of the planning framework. I will tidy up the language, but generally speaking, the panel is happy with that.
Yes.
Added a report on losses made at Northern Gateway, the money invested in it and what administration is going to do about it. Was that down as a resolution or a recommendation?
It was a request from a member, but there wasn't quite consensus on it. So I wonder if the member will
add in social benefit, and there should be consensus.
Okay. Yes, there is consensus on that then to Cabinet. Thank you very much.
So that's a recommendation to Cabinet. Thank you. Social benefit. Moving on, we have the request to bring back the apologies with regard to the charging policy for use of assets, for that to return to the work programme at a future meeting. Yep, we'll make that.
Bandstand report. Sorry, I did that, didn't I?
And a resolution to add an additional adding an additional meeting to the work programme to scrutinise the Fit for the Future programme in this municipal year, if possible. That's what I have. I don't have any further ones, I don't think.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time and patience. Thank you.